Just be kicking it, know what I'm saying? I just be kicking it, know what I'm saying? I just be kicking it. You just be kicking it, Daisy? I think Daisy just be kicking it. Yeah, I just be kicking it, know what I'm saying? Daisy, you just be kicking it? Daisy just be kicking it. Where's this damn thing at? Daisy, you just be kicking it? Fade with me? You just be kicking it, Daisy? Hey, Satellite Man, how you doing? You want to come up and join the chat party? Just got home. You don't want another treat? You want a couple more? Okay, it's the last ones you're getting then. Fade with me. Good girl. Oh, you're doing good? Oh, good for you. Oh, that's cool. That's just out partying. Thought I'd do a chat. See what's going on out there. Sally, man, where do you live? Make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Turn on my internet here. I'm going to be getting good internet in about 6 weeks or so. Gordon County in Georgia? Oh, 3 hours? Oh, that's cool. You got some of that crazy weather, didn't you? Those tornadoes? Yeah, I've been up around there. That's cool. You ever get down to Crawfordville around here? It's pretty good. Different, you know. Get down here and party. Take you out to lunch. We don't have the greatest places, but you know, some good. I go to Augusta a lot, Athens, those kind of places. Yeah, it's just different, you know. It's like the old. It's like everybody just walked out of town in 1935. You getting any rain over there tonight? I think it's supposed to rain tonight here. I want to trim these damn trees before it starts getting hot out. See what's tomorrow. Rain all day. God damn it. Saturday rain. Sunday rain. Son of a bitch. I guess I won't be doing that. Oh, did you really? Went out there on 78. I was in a Long John Silver's about, God, 45 years ago, and a mouse ran across my foot in Ypsilanti, Michigan. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. Yeah, that looks like a good one. You look different on that one. How old were you then? I got to look up that. I got to blow that one up. See, the thing is, I'm never on a chat on my phone. And on this laptop, these avatars are small. That's why I didn't notice those boots. Oh, okay, Satellite Man. That's cool. Yeah, no, we're not getting any snow. It's too warm out. I think it's like, what, 63 here now. That's pretty good. Oh, fairly recent? Oh, okay. You must not have been a smoker. Oh, okay. You know who I had call me? I had a friend of mine. I talked about this before. When I was, after I went to college and barely graduated, I was friends with some of the guys that owned restaurants around there just by going in there all the time. And some of the waitresses that worked there, yeah, sure, come on over. Yeah, come on up. Some of the waitresses that worked there didn't go to college. No big deal. And I got to know them too. So there was I didn't graduate then. I was what, 24? Yeah, 24, I think. And this girl was about maybe 7 or 8 years younger than me. Yeah, come on up. Come on up, Rachel. She was about 7 or 8 years younger than I was, and she was a waitress here. And you get to know them, and I'd say we got to be friends. And I remember her husband. Her husband reminded me of Andy Gibb, nice looking guy, and he was a black belt and karate expert. And they just seemed like the all American couple. And she was like very straight. I always seemed to, hey Mark, I always seem to like these all American girls. I don't know. I'm still kind of like that, like the old, like Donna Reed and people like that, just like what would be considered a pretty high school cheerleader, that kind of thing. And she was like that. Didn't go to college. Was super smart. Hey Jeff. And we got to be pretty good friends. And then life moved on, and she ended up going her way, and I ended up going mine. Didn't keep in touch with her. And I knew her brother, who would go in there all the time. He was a nice looking guy, and he was always dating 3 or 4 of the waitresses. He called me tonight, actually, and we talked for about a half hour. It was good to talk to him. So anyway, hey, Jeremy. So what ended up happening is, I knew some other restaurants in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti. And about 15 years ago, a guy from a restaurant up there said, hey, Julie had stopped in here with her sister, and she wanted to know how you were doing and if you were still married. And I said I didn't know, and she left her phone number. So I thought, all right, good. So long story short, I gave her a call. And we ended up meeting up. And I think that time was like she was probably 52 or something. She had gotten divorced, had a kid, and had had some real mental health difficulties. In the meantime, she had went to college in the evening and ended up getting a degree in IT. And she had some good jobs. She had a good job at U of M that she got fired from. She had another job at another computer place she got fired from. And she had like some big time mental health problems. So, we're talking. I wasn't really interested in her, like for any kind of relationship, but I kept in touch with her. Maybe couple years into it, when I would be in the area, I'd take her out to dinner or something like that. And I ended up, she ended up calling me one day and said, my depression's really getting crazy. And today and she was in and out of psychiatric hospitals for like 2 months at a crack, that kind of thing. And she said there was an old couple that was following me, spying on me, and I ended up rear-ending them. And the cops came, and I was given a ticket. It's not fair. I know when somebody's spying on me, and I thought, well, that's a little weird. I said, well, if I can help you in any way, let me know. And we kind of kept in touch. So one time I was up there, and took her out to dinner. And she said, so why don't you come back to the... And I was just being a good guy. I had no interest in her romantically. I just knew she was struggling and she felt lonely and she was really depressed about losing the custody of her kid, which was because of her mental health issues. So she said, why don't you come over to the house, we'll have a drink or something. So I did, went over there, had a couple drinks. So the next day, I was living in Chicago, but I was staying in hotels when I'd come back to Michigan. She calls me the next day and she says to me, hey, somebody broke into my house today, and I know it was you. And I said, it was me. I said, I haven't been back to your house. I left that night, and why would I break into your house? She said, I don't know why you'd break into it either, but you're the only guy that knew where that key was. I didn't know where any key was. And you're the only guy that knew that I would be at work, and I think it was you. So I spent about 5 minutes telling her it was not me. I was kind of calm about it because I knew she'd had some. So about 3 days later, I get a call from a sheriff's deputy, and he said, we had a report that that this lady suspects that you broke into her house while she was at work. And I said, hey man, I didn't break into anybody's house. And honestly, I was just being a good guy. I'm a licensed private detective. I don't have a criminal record. Here's my PI license. Here's my driver's license. And I don't know if you know it or not, but this lady's had some mental health issues. And he said, yeah. He said, I really can't talk about it, but we can tell something's up. So I said, well, let me give you the number to her brother and call him. So about a week later, the cop called me, and he said, yeah, this is Detective so-and-so. And he said, hey, I just wanted to let you know you're not a suspect or anything. We ran your record. She's since been hospitalized. And, sorry, I just had to follow up on the call. And he said, we didn't find any evidence. She didn't show us anything was missing. There was nothing broken. You're not a suspect. You're not going to have a record. And it's like, okay, well, thanks for calling, that kind of thing. And I talked and I thought, man, that's the last time I'm going there. But from time to time, she would call me and was talking about killing herself. And I would just tell her, we need to get a hold of your family, or you need to call 911 or something like that. I kept it buried vanilla. I mean, she could have offered me $1 million and I wasn't going up there. Besides, I was living in Chicago at the time and she was living up in Michigan. So I kept in touch with the brother, though. And he would tell me that there'd be incidents where she had lost 2 or 3 more good jobs and was just getting worse. So she got her act together, was on some new medication, and she got offered a job in the IT department for Dollar General. It was I think their headquarters is either in Nashville or Knoxville. And she was down there about a month and went home one week work and took a whole bottle of sleeping pills and washed it down with a fifth of whiskey. And they found her dead in their bed the next morning. And the brother called me and he said, hey, it was about 2 days later. Yeah, nice guy. And they were super upset. But he knew that I knew what the deal was. And he asked me, what did I think about them getting an autopsy? Because it was that area. I mean, even then the economy was kind of heading south. And that happens in a lot of communities now. Unless they think it's a murder, you're going to have to fund the autopsy. You're going to have to pay for it. Unless there's a criminal involvement. And here you got an empty, bottle of pills and a bottle of liquor. I mean, she killed herself, right? It's no brainer, right? They're not going to do an autopsy on that. And he said the autopsy was like $1,800. And I said, well, if it was up to me, I don't think I get an autopsy. First of all, it's pretty obvious how she died. Secondly, you know what her history is. And thirdly, she's got a young son. And I think it was my mother. I mean, you can argue all day long that you want to know it's the truth. But, the truth, like I say, I bullshit people about the truth sometime when it comes to hurting people's feelings. I said, if it was me, I wouldn't get an autopsy. That way, the son can always think that, I don't know how my mom died. They said there were sleeping pills. But it isn't in an autopsy, and it isn't in a death certificate that she killed herself from suicide. So they decided against it. And from time over the years, I've talked to the brother. I haven't probably talked to him in probably 3 or 4 years. And it's funny because I just looked up the other day when she died, and it was 10 years ago. And it's like, wow, I can't believe so much time's went by. And tonight I got a text from him, and he said, hey, Tom, how you doing? And I haven't talked to you in a long time, wanted to catch up. And I knew him from way back then. And we had a great conversation for about 35 minutes. And I almost didn't say anything. But I thought, I'm just going to tell him. I said, I think about your sister a lot. I do. It comes up probably, 3 or 4 times a year. And just because I knew how great things were for her at one time. And you just don't know what life's going to offer you. And he said, super sad. He said, I really get sad talking about it. And I said, okay, well, we won't talk about it then, but I do have one question. And how did the son turn out? And he said, he's a total piece of shit. He said, he's just been a poor student. And this guy's been single and kind of a miser and had a good job at Ford's for 45 years. He said, I knew that Julie would have wanted me to leave him some money. Never got married, always got a slew of girlfriends. And I wanted to leave him some money in my will. And he said, that fucker wouldn't even call me back with his Social Security number. So I said, fuck him, I'm not leaving him any money anymore. So here you got here the mom, that happened. And here the son just ended up having problems too. But it's just an example I have of you never know how things are going to turn. She was the cutest, prettiest girl. And the husband was a good guy too. And he still keeps in touch with the first husband. She got married a second time, and that didn't work out either. So, hey, Melio, how you doing? So it was kind of nice to talk to the brother. See how he's doing. So you just never know. How you doing, Rachel?
In touch with people. Oh, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I mean, I like staying in touch with people, like that. I like talking to them. I don't want to talk to him once a week, but it's nice to see how he's doing. And he said, I bought when they came out with those turbo Daytonas, Chrysler made them. And they were fast as hell, but they were very unreliable. He said he'll never forget that. I don't even remember this, but I had a lot of trouble with it. I bought one of the first ones. And I used to leave it running in the parking lot, hoping someone would steal it because I was constantly taking it back to the dealer. It was never fixed. I was blowing turbochargers and transmissions. And then they started giving me a hassle on loaner cars. I just wanted the damn thing to be gone. He said, I'll never forget you leaving that car running in the parking lot. And I used to say, aren't you afraid it's going to get stolen? I said, hell no. I'm hoping it's going to get stolen. And he'd say, well, don't they have a warranty? And I'll say, yeah, but it's still a big problem. And I didn't remember that, but he brought it up. About a third of those people that either owned it or hung out there, or the one girl that was kind of, that would sit you down when you came, she was a relative. She died of breast cancer 25 years ago. A couple of the other girls have died. One of the owners has died. This has been in a 45-year period. So
and
you just never know what's around the corner.
I was trying to get on StreamYard, so I'm not privy to those details of where you're talking about.
Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Oh, I see.
Right next to Ann Arbor.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I was going to college.
Pretty.
Yeah,
Ann
Arbor. Spent a lot of time there. Yep.
Very.
Ann
So did
Arbor's
you hear we might be getting
nice town. I mean,
snow this
I think it was a good. No.
There's a rumor.
How come we'd be getting snow? It looked like the temperatures are going to stay warm all week.
I don't know. I ran into to a couple of ladies that live up in the mountains, the Appalachian Mountains, and they said they're looking forward to snow this weekend.
Well, they might get it.
I might
Really,
drive up there
because
and track down the snow.
this weekend around here, it's going to be 64 around here Monday and in the 40s Saturday and Sunday. So, I guess in the mountains, 32 is a possibility,
Yeah, with a
you
little
know?
bit of elevation, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have
Well,
to,
if you
instead of
go
ghost
there,
hunt, snow
you
hunt.
hear when you're living, yeah, when you're living in places like this, you hear these stories of snow. And unless you go to places where they're real legit mountains, it's hard to believe. But I'll give you an example. Like you can go to Beartooth Pass, which is the eastern entrance down through Red Lodge to Yellowstone National Park. And I was down there 2 years ago, September, and couldn't go through because there was too much snow. It's so much snow that they can't plow. If you go out to Colorado, uh, they don't even open that road between Denver and Grand Lake because there's 25 feet of snow. And if you go to Glacier National Park, there's a lot of time they don't open up the going to the Sun Road, and they're plowing it as soon as they can until the first week of July. And it's not uncommon for them to shut the road down the second week in September for the rest of the year. It's just hard to appreciate. But when you get up around 12,000 feet, 10,000 feet, they get crazy snow in the wintertime. And when it's warm down on the ground, you can't believe there'd be that much snow. But I've had it happen in those three places. Crazy. I was in Deadwood, South Dakota one time. They got 29 inches one night. And I was up in Copper Harbor, Michigan one time, and they got 31. Just buried, man. I mean, you can't drive in that. No way. So it wouldn't surprise me that they end up getting bombed. And the Appalachians, I mean, I don't really care for the Appalachians that much. I think the mountains rob you out of too much sunlight. And if you get a half inch of snow, you're screwed because those roads are real windy and dark and there's no shoulder on most of them. So I'm not a mountain guy. Maybe if I lived on the very top of one where I could see all over the place. But I'm not into living in the mountains. It just doesn't interest me, especially the Appalachian Mountains. A lot of drug problems and all those areas where the Appalachians run through. Just, particularly down through southeast Kentucky around there. No thanks. The industry's gone, gold mines are down. There's some lumbering and that kind of thing. I just went through there about a year and a half ago. I don't know if you guys got an Android phone, you use Google, but I joined or checked OK for your travel history trip. And every day, like I get a notice, this is what you did 4 years ago. And this is where you went, and really enjoying it. And I look at all these places that I drove to, and it's kind of fun to just go back and read this. How long it took me to get there, speed I averaged, restaurants I ate at, that kind of thing. The girls I murdered in Detroit after I interviewed them. It's all on one page. Yeah. Yeah. Do you like them, Jeremy? I like looking at them. Do you have that on your phone, Rachel? Where you can see where you drove? Daisy's barking at the deer again. Oh, it's not like that? Oh, okay. I think you got to sign up. I never even got asked that question when I was had my other phone. So I don't really, I'm getting a lot of stuff on this new phone that I didn't get on my old phone. Questions and updates. And it's not the notifications because I have the same ones checked. So I really don't understand it. Crazy. If you saw that little video I did, that's an interesting guy that owns that place that makes those smokers. Pretty cool guy. He's into everything. Races cars, motorcycles. Was a jewelry wholesaler. Excuse me. Had a smelting business for a while. It's kind of interesting. He invited me to lunch there, even though it's not a restaurant. They're constantly cooking brisket for someone that they sold a smoker to. If you look at, I don't know if I put a link to the place. I'm going to if I didn't. But there's a video they did of him on TV, one of these travel shows. Well, hey, Christine, how you doing? Those idiots still walking out on the ice in Saginaw Bay. I see they had to rescue a bunch of them the other day. Mary had some nice videos today going across the Mackinac Bridge. I've spent a lot of time reading about brisket. No, yeah. No, you should. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I wonder why you didn't see anything.
I'm sorry, it froze up. So let me turn off my other device. Sorry, Tom. I'm sorry, it froze up. So
I've read. I was talking to this guy today. You know, I mean, brisket's good. I mean, is the best brisket that much different than a good brisket? I don't think it is. But this guy's been messing around, and I've said all along, if you're a barbecue person, I like it, but I almost did it. But for one guy, it just didn't make sense. But I read all about the meat, all about the smokers, all about the prep, all about where you get the good brisket. And I said to this guy today, he's been doing this for like 20, 25 years. And I said, and I already knew the answer to this, but I wanted to see what he said. I said, what do you think is the best smoker? And it's the offset barrel smoker, which I would agree with. And that's a wood burning smoker.
Oh,
the downside is you got to babysit that thing for about 10 and a half hours. And then I said, well, if you were going to make the best breast, Freudian slip, if you were going to make the best brisket you could, do you think brisket's a cheap, fatty piece of meat? It's not so cheap anymore. Where would you get it? He said, hands down. I thought he said Hirschbergers, but I tried to look it up in Atlanta. And he said that when you buy grass-fed brisket, no hormones, it's going to cost you a lot more. He said, but it's like apples and oranges. He said, if you get an offset drum smoker like we talked about, and you get that organic grass-fed brisket, he said, there's nothing like it. He said, the guys that are willing to spend the extra money, some of these barbecue cook-offs don't allow grass-fed organic brisket because it's just so damn expensive.
Oh, really?
It's going to knock out a lot of the competition.
Much of an edge because it's a nicer cut of meat?
That much of an edge. It's the way I've read that too. And there's a book that I bought on the different cuts of meat. What's the name of that? I got it in Michigan. It's
I saw that book. I remember that book. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, excellent book. And there's the two main things on what influence meat. Two main things, and this is for real, for sure. You can look at it. Different cuts of meats all over the world are stress. Do they know they're going to get killed before they're butchered?
Yes.
And whether or not they're fed grain or grass that isn't sprayed with pesticides. It's everything.
Oh, yeah.
And until you try that, yeah, it's like so much. Another thing too, it's like there's theories on smoke rings in brisket. And a lot of the big competitions now, they tell the judges to ignore the smoke ring because there are guys that make killer brisket that don't have a smoke ring because they work their heat differently. I mean, I think it's interesting. I'm not going to spend any more time on it, but there's a method to madness, to the madness of the best brisket out there.
The outside char?
Yeah, it's about 1/8 of an inch. And you can see it when you cut it sideways. It's that pink edge that comes around the outside of the meat. Yeah, I love the burn ends. There's different schools of thought on those too. Some guys trim them because they don't want to take the chance of a judge getting a part of a burn end.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But I think a lot of it's just like, I don't know. It's like any competition for anything, chili cook-off, whatever. I mean, I was down in Tunica one time and went to a barbecue cook-off in Memphis, a 2-day deal.
What happened?
And they had like 60 people there. It was like $25,000 first prize, that kind of thing. And I'm telling you, every place, and you could go like and buy one rib bone or one slice of brisket.
Mm-hmm.
So damn good. Like we've got some real crappy places around here, and we've got a couple good ones. There's a place down in Newborn. It's a little shack out front. I did a little video of it about a month ago. It's called Zim Skillet. Zim Skillet,
Oh,
Skillet.
okay. Hmm.
Just ass kicker, fantastic food. Little hole in the wall
That
place.
was,
You got to sit outside in a picnic table, even in the winter.
yeah, that's what I was just going to say.
Good,
That was the
Newborn,
picnic
Georgia.
tables outside. Right. I remember.
Yeah, yeah, yep, really good.
Hmm.
Yep. But I think, I mean, you talk to these brisket guys. I mean, they're cool guys and everything. I like talking to them, but it isn't like writing music. I mean, come on, man. These guys talk
You
like they're.
gotta,
I can't stand
yeah,
talking to somebody. Yeah, I mean, it's
yeah.
you know
You
what I
gotta have
mean.
like a
This
passion
isn't
for
going to
that,
medical
right?
school.
It's their
Yeah, passion
passion
for
though.
that.
They're
Yeah,
passionate
they
about
do.
it,
But
right?
and then there's other places you can go where they cook differently, where they're doing it like where they're barbecuing instead of smoking. It's different. Like if you go to like those church festivals where they'll be cooking a bunch of chickens, they're not
Hmm.
smoking those. That's on an outside charcoal wood grill. It's a much different way to cook meat. I like smoke. Smoke the good taste is in the kind of wood you use, wood or charcoal.
Exactly.
Pellet
Hmm.
smokers are not the same. They're not. And all electric, even though they're easier and you can control the heat, they're not the same. But once in a while, you'll go to a restaurant that just has killer ribs. That place I go in Madison, the Tickled Pig, that's a $35,000 smoker, and it's
Wow.
indoors
Yeah.
and it's all wood.
Hmm.
And the nice thing about it is it's got a temperature control on it. So in the event that the wood burned up quick for some reason during they smoke theirs for 12 hours, natural
Right.
gas will come on and finish it off. And
Nice.
those are $35,000. Yeah, nice. And they always
Hmm.
have consistent good. I've noticed at that Indian restaurant I go to in Augusta, and
Right.
this is one of the knocks at Indian food. And if you ever talk to people that go and get the street vendors food while they're in India, you can get like what I had at Rogan Josh. It's a chicken dish, and you can go to 10 places and it'll take 10 different ways. And when you have top notch
Oh,
equipment
sweet.
like that barbecue place does, they're very consistent. Their brisket is always excellent.
Well,
You
with
know what's weird is
barbecue.
I don't like their ribs, and
Oh.
I don't like their chicken that much.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Well, with
And the
barbecue,
rib
I
tips
always
are
thought
good
it was
too.
the
Yeah,
carcinogens that gave the flavor when it was like on an open flame. And the carcinogens are what
that's
is
true.
really bad for you. I know.
That's true. Well, I mean, there is a link between smoked and grilled food and cancer,
Right.
but
The
I don't.
charring.
From what I've read, it isn't any different than. Yeah, the charring. It isn't any different than
Mhm.
using Fantastic to clean up around your sink. I mean, there are risks, but
Yeah.
they're more theories. Like if
Right.
you read, there's studies out there on household cleaners that
Oh,
say,
yeah.
you should wear a mask every time you use them. Lung
Hmm.
tissue is very delicate, you know?
Oh, yeah. Hmm.
So you just,
Last night I
but
totally
yeah,
was out of the loop.
the AMA has done studies on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything can kill you these days, though. I was just joking around about carcinogens. Last night I was out of the loop with your conversation
That's true.
about people tending to be gay or switching their sex. What is your thoughts about
Yeah.
inoculation in animals with steroids and then the hormones like from milk or cows, making guys effeminate and then women because of the steroids more masculine? Did I
It's
freeze?
true. I believe in it. I think it's a
Oh,
possibility.
okay.
All you
Okay.
got to do is look at female body. But I'm talking, if you're talking about just during the course of a day to day life, but all you got to do is look at, this is excessive and it's a bad example. But all you got to do is look at, female bodybuilders.
Yeah, but they're choosing to
But as
do
you know, if
hormones. I was
like
saying
when
the
you reach
ingestion of food, which is like a vital everyday thing to
yeah,
sustain your life, and those, ingredients coming into you, whether you want them or not. And maybe that puts the confusion in very young children, which their brains are not developed until they're 20 something, saying, oh, I feel like a girl, or the
yeah,
women
yeah,
feeling more masculine, is what I was trying to point out.
yeah. I mean, you know, I guess it's possible. I don't know any. thing to cite a study about, but I would say that it's possible.
Yeah.
I would say it's
And
possible.
also, I missed that
So you were
cool
talking about, yeah.
conversation about vets. You were talking about you own Corvettes, Tom?
Had a couple of Corvettes, yeah.
Oh,
I'm not a
wow.
big
My
Corvette guy. I
favorite
mean, the new ones in
car.
the last 5 years
I just
they
saw
used
one
to be good. Then they
today.
got
It was
really junky
hot.
for a while.
The new Corvette
There's
almost
so
looks
many
like a
cars
body
out there that,
styling of a Ferrari. Sorry, I'm excited. I'm talking over you.
yeah,
Apologize. But the
no,
new Corvette almost
and
looks
it's an
like the
engine.
styling of a Ferrari. I saw one today, up close and personal.
Yeah, but they say that's the most fuel efficient engine there is the new Corvette engine.
Do we
But
buy it for fuel
a lot of
efficiency or because
performance
it's a
cars.
gorgeous body of a car?
Well, I'm telling you, if you drive the new Corvette prudently and you're not getting on it all the time, it
Hmm.
gets better gas mileage than most of the cars that you'd buy.
Oh, okay.
Look it up.
I,
It's a fantastic engine.
I saw the
But
new
I mean,
Corvette
I
at
don't
a
like
Walmart today, of all places.
I don't I don't like worrying about something. They're real low. You know, you're banging the front end going in and out of parking lots. You're always worried you're going to hit something. Chuck holes are super expensive to work on. Oil
Yeah.
changes are a lot. Tires are crazy expensive. They kill you on insurance now. I just don't like stuff like that. I'd rather have a beater with a killer engine that was
No,
mechanically sound. I don't really care about
well,
cars anymore.
yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm driving the original car that I've had since 2000. You know, it's a Toyota. I don't care about cars. I had a couple fancy cars and I had a lot of muscle cars when I was a kid driving it around. My brother used to fix them up and we used to sell them. But my
Yeah.
point is I would not own a car that I could not afford the maintenance on it or buying tires or regular, you know, stuff that you need for a car. I mean, that to me is outrageous when people buy special cars or antique cars and then they can't afford them, you know, their upkeep and their maintenance. And if you pop a
No, right.
tire, you need to be able to buy a tire or you're dead at the side of the road, or you need to be able to do like a tow truck, have the money for a tow truck. So I'm just driving my Toyota Sienna just like yours. I think yours is a newer model though.
2007.
Yeah, mine's a 2000. I love
Mine's a
mine though.
2000.
I'm going to run the wheels off.
Yeah. Have you had to change that license plate light yet?
No, I just smile real sweet and turn on the sexy voice and I get out of all my tickets.
Yeah.
They
I bet
usually
I
ask
bet
me
they're
out on a
I
date
bet they're
if they're
burnt out.
single. Huh? I bet you they are too.
I bet they're burnt out.
I bet you I'll never get a ticket for that
What a
either.
pain in the ass.
It looked like it.
Well, the lady was telling me that I ran into that cop again today.
Did you? At the gas station, the BP?
Yeah, at the gas station. Yeah.
Really? That's
Yeah.
so cool.
No, the other one. I went down. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I pulled up to him. And I said, "Hey, I got these. I got the lights fixed." He
You
said,
did
"Oh,
a
that's
swoop
cool.
in
Let me
just
tell
to
you
show
what a
them the
small
light.
world it is.
Sure.
Let me tell you what a small world is. You know how I was name dropping about knowing the lady that works at the BP?
Yeah.
Did you hear that? He stopped in there later and said, "Do you know a Tom guy that
Ooh.
drives a van?" She
Uh-huh.
said, "Yeah, I know Tom. He just went and got some dogs." And I lined him up with a lady that was in Crawfordville, and he said, "Does he go back and forth to Michigan?" She said, "Yeah, he does." He said, "Oh, because I was telling him he
Oh.
had to get his plates changed. He was down here full time." Well, I am kind of down here full
Right.
time, but if I change
Mhm.
my stuff now, that they'll jack me out of my homestead, and I'm going to sell that place in April. So I only got a couple months.
You are being you know, hell with the police. They're not in your shoes. They don't pay your bills. You are doing the exact same thing I would
Yeah, that's the way.
financially, is to take advantage and, you
Yeah.
know how to do it. It's not really
Yep.
taking advantage to what you owe because you own that house. That's due to you. You see what I'm saying? It's not like you're skirting the
Yeah.
system or whatever,
Yeah.
but you are back and forth. I just saw
Yeah.
videos of
Right.
you there.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
But these states encourage these law enforcement guys. They want you to be a
Yeah.
resident here, not there, if they can do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have 3 months. I waited until the last possible second for me because I changed counties. So I waited until the last possible second.
Yeah.
Yeah, to change my address and
He
everything.
said 2 months here.
Oh, it used
He
to
said
be
2 months here.
3. Well, maybe they
He said
changed it.
60 days.
I don't know everything. I don't keep on top of every possible scenario, but I try to stay informed. In case you hadn't noticed that
Yeah.
about me. I try to know a little bit about everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it.
No, I wouldn't be either.
But
I
if
would
I
not
would have,
be either.
if that was a cop that, if I would have got pulled over somewhere than where I lived, I wouldn't have changed. I wouldn't have fixed it.
Right.
It's too much trouble.
Yeah, it did look complex.
It is super. It is. I still don't have. I got the panel in the garage because when you're trying to put it up by yourself, it droops down on one side, and I don't want those clips to snap off.
You don't want. I was just going to say that. Yeah, I was just going to say that. You don't want the clips to snap because they're just little pieces of plastic. You get so angry. Yeah.
No, I was talking to Rita today. If you looked at the design and the way they have those license plate light bulbs there, if you just unbuckled it and you brought me up and you said, "Look at this, what do you think?" I would think it was homemade. It's so half-assed.
Really?
It's the most. Yeah, it's the most ridiculous,
like cheesy, cheap,
stupid way. Cheesy, and the stuff doesn't line up, and I barely could fit my hand in the hole to turn it enough to put the bulb up in this weird place. 2 of them too. It's a pain in the ass. If there would have been somebody around here, I would have paid him $300 to do that, and not screw with it.
Yeah, I think that was the point. Yeah, that was the point. The road I was going on. I think they've designed these new vehicles so you have to hire a little person with little tiny hands. You know what I'm saying? They're built over in Japan. Those people are notoriously smaller. I'm not being racist. It's just, a thing. And I think that's what they do. They make it so cheap and cheesy and chintzy that you snap shit, have to order it. When you want to work on it yourself, you don't fit. You're too big.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
On yours, I don't know about yours, but I'm pretty sure it's the same as mine.
Probably.
But you've got to pull the engine to change those first 2 front plugs. That's nuts.
Oh, wow.
And the plugs are $125 each.
Damn. Well, knock on wood, that won't happen.
Yeah, there's certain things on these Toyotas for all they brag about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's just certain things on them that are a super pain in the ass. I'll tell you another thing you want to check for. I don't know if you've had them, but get your oil lines replaced. It's only about a $300 job, and if they break, you will not be able to pull over in time, even if it doesn't overheat, to keep from scoring the lifters. If you have original oil lines on that, get those replaced. Because you'll be driving someday, you'll see the pressure drop, hopefully. You'll see the light come on, you'll pull over. Or you'll think, well, I'll just wait till another exit. Then you're really screwed. You'll fry that engine.
Oh, wow.
Get your oil lines changed. And if you look it up, look up Toyota Sienna. Look up Toyota Sienna oil lines. You'll see article after article about the people that have blown the engine because of that. It's right where they crimp up behind the back of the radiator. It's a cheap fitting.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for the warning.
It'll save you getting a new engine. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'd just get another car. You don't want a new engine unless you're flipping the engine out and putting a new one in.
That's but I'm telling you, it's hard to get a good used car.
I've got one sitting in
Oh,
my
okay.
garage. I've got a
If you
Honda
got,
Accord 99 with the moonroof, blue, midnight blue, that special color of the year 99. So I've got another car sitting in
yeah.
my garage I can use. I'm never without a car.
Mm.
Yeah. But thanks for the warning.
Yeah, these new cars. Yeah, it's something that you just hate paying for if it isn't really broken. But if it breaks and you're somewhere, you're going to
But
wish you changed. It's
have
not
you
that
heard,
expensive of a repair.
right, have you heard of a serpentine belt? I was actually driving when my serpentine belt snapped and I did not hit anybody and I was able to pull into a parking space and park. Knock on wood.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's your main belt.
I mean, yeah, right.
Hmm?
Yeah. I mean, they're
Yeah.
good in a way, but
And then
they got their downsides.
another story is I'm driving with my oldest daughter and she's kind of, fidgety when it comes to mom driving because I'm a lead foot. So I'm going down the road and I start hearing what sounds like a jet engine. And I watch my tire, which I didn't even realize it was my tire. It was like one of those shock factors that doesn't sink in until minutes later or after the trauma. So I'm watching my tire roll up
Mm-hmm.
beside me, bopping, like jumping and rolling, and then down into the center medium and doing like a circus act and flipping and stuff. Meanwhile, it's like a jet engine inside my car because I've torn off my tread. I'm running on my rim. Try stopping and slowing down when you got three tires and one rim. That was not easy, but I did not get into an accident and I managed to pull over. And then I called my buddy to come
Yeah,
switch out, help me with my tire. And I didn't panic
my
my
dad saw a
daughter.
guy get killed. My
Oh
dad saw a
yeah,
guy getting
you can
killed by that happening
jackknife
one
if
time.
yeah, you can jackknife if your whole tread comes
But the
off your
tire came
tire in
off.
one piece. Yeah, the tire came off.
Yeah,
Yep.
the whole tire
I
came
lived
off,
through
rim
it.
and everything went
Yes.
down the road, went through the windshield, and killed somebody.
Oh wow. This
Yep.
one luckily
My
spun
sister
off
had a
into the
my
center
sister
medium and did like backflips and stuff.
my sister had this masseuse that used to come up from Detroit and give her these massages,
Uh-huh.
and he got killed by a deer going through the windshield.
Oh wow, yeah. That's happened here in Georgia
Killed him.
too. Yep.
Yeah.
I believe it.
And
They'll
if you
kick
look
you
at the
to death.
windshield on these Toyotas, yeah, these Toyota Siennas,
Mhm.
they're perfect to have a deer take you out. It's like a huge
Oh,
windshield
please.
with the worst angle possible.
Can we stop talking about unlucky stuff? You never say out loud what you don't want the devil to hear. So that's an old saying.
Yeah,
But I've been pretty
I'm gonna
lucky
hit the
with
deck. I see them
everything.
coming.
Hmm?
Yeah, good for you.
You're gonna have to
Do you
speed
have
up
do you
and
carry
kill them,
collision?
right? No, I don't. It's
Do you
2000. No collision.
that's kind of changed. You might want to look at that again because I think you'd be surprised of what those sell for.
Oh my goodness, they'll give me $200 for it when I pay for collision of like $900 a month. No thanks.
No, those days are over. No, those days are over. Those days are over. I didn't have collision on this one until I saw what they were selling for, like $8,000, $8,500. So I got collision for another 100 and a quarter a year. I thought, why not? That's the difference between getting nothing and $8,000 if I wreck it.
Oh,
In the
okay.
old days, it didn't
Well,
make sense, but with these crazy values on these used cars, you're going to be
right.
surprised what they'd give you because of this inflated, nutty market.
Oh yeah, definitely. You're right about
Oh,
that.
really? Good for
My
you.
son was going to sell his car for as much as he bought it for, and I talked him out of it. And I said, "No, that's your car. You should keep it. You should not drive my Honda Accord, because it's an older car. His is a newer car." So I kind of talked him out of selling his car for just as much as he paid for it. He was going to get his money right out of it, and then he was going
Yeah,
to start driving my Honda
yeah.
Accord around.
These Astro vans,
Hmm.
If you find an Astrovan in good shape with about 150,000 miles on it, they're selling for the
Right.
same price they did brand new in 2003.
Which is, do you know the price?
Used with 150,000 miles on it. 17 grand.
So they go, oh, seven. Oh, wow.
Now, what happened is, if you probably don't remember, but I bought two of them at the same time. I got them both for 17 grand each,
Yes,
and
I remember
gas
I
had
told you
just
that.
went up to 3.25 a
Yeah.
gallon. Yeah, and so I bought them because I thought we needed them for surveillance. You know, we needed surveillance vans that got decent gas mileage. So I wouldn't have bought them just as a vehicle to drive around in. And then gas
And
ended
did
up
you
going
buy them
down. They quit making the Astro
from
van in 2005.
Mhm.
A dealer.
Dealer, right?
I paid 17.8 for one, 17 like 200 for the other. And now if you find one in good shape with 150,000 miles, it's a 17 grand.
Wow.
Nuts.
Yeah, that is nuts.
It's,
And then you
yeah, it's
got the
crazy, man. I mean,
Toyota from a
plus, I mean, the
retired
real
couple
reason.
in Woodstock here in Georgia, right?
Right. Well,
Yeah.
mine came from down here. Marty got this, and he brought it up with him when he came to get all the antiques I sold him. Mine's from Covington.
Yeah, this. Oh, Covington. I thought it was Woodstock. I'm sorry. I got that confused. You're right.
I did live in Woodstock for a while.
Mhm. Well, I thought the retired
For
couple
about a
that you
month.
bought the Toyota Sienna from lived in Woodstock, but I was mistaken. It was Covington. You're right.
Covington. Covington, yeah. Covington. That guy died of COVID.
Oh no. Did he have heart problems?
Yeah. No, just older guy, and got checked in the hospital and never checked out.
Oh, so it was incubation
Yeah.
where they put the tube down your lungs and then he never woke up?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep,
wow. Yeah, that's sad. It's very sad.
We've talked about depression on here. I remember when I got that, I was like having a big problem with depression. And when you get depressed, you don't pay at least in my case, you don't want to have anything. Everything seems complicated, whether it's buying a tube of toothpaste, income tax is like enough to kill yourself. Doing laundry like blows your mind. It's too many things to do. You have to have soap. You have to get them together. You have to put it in the washer. And then, God forbid, you dry them and you have to. It's too much bullshit to do. And I remember after I bought this car, it sat in the garage for a couple of years because I was using the Astrovan. And when you're depressed, I called Marty and I said, hey, this is cool. Appreciate you bringing this up here, but do you know what happened to the rear two seats? And he said, no, what are they missing? I said, yeah, it's just, yeah. So he calls the guy. This is before he died, of course. And the guy said, they're there. They're in the floor. They're folded down.
Yeah,
down.
Oh, yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you, but they fold into the floor base. Yeah.
Yeah. So Marty calls me.
I don't have a van like that.
He said they're folded down. Yeah, he said they're folded down. So I go out in the garage. I look. It's like, God damn it, they are there.
Yeah.
They're folded down. But that's an example how when you're depressed that you don't really pay attention to things in detail.
No, how would you know? That's a common mistake. See, mine is a 2000, so mine does not have that feature. You actually have to physically pick them up and put them in the garage if you want to empty out the back, like, to use it for moving and stuff like that.
That's how the Astrovan is. But I think
the newer ones have the seat that folds down, and unless you're familiar with the Toyota product and it does that, then you wouldn't know. So that's a common, mistake to have.
But I think the seats in yours are more of a quality seat.
They're heavy. They are heavy.
Yeah. But I think if you were unlucky enough to have to ride in the back seat for 1,000 miles, that you'd do much better in your seats than you would in mine.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because of the foldability, you're questioning the sturdiness of it to stay locked in place.
if you look at the two seats behind the drivers and passengers of mine, they're quality seats. But if you
Yeah.
look at the two that pull out from the floor, it's not as good a seat. It's not.
Oh, okay.
But I
I
think that's
believe
kind of
you.
designed for like kids, you know?
Right. Well, I wouldn't want my
Kids
kids
don't
in the
care.
most flimsiest seats, though. You know,
Yeah, I mean, I think
the seat
they'll
tears
probably
loose
hold
and
up at
like
a wreck, but I
flies
think
out the window or something horrible like that.
no, I just think it's just not as comfortable. You know that buddy of mine, Anthony's dad, they had their
Yes.
one car break down, and I was babysitting Anthony, so I had to
Oh,
go
okay.
get them up in the UP during a blizzard, and they had a brand new Blazer,
Oh, wow.
and I rode in the back seat of that brand new Blazer, which was like 52 grand, and I'm telling you, you couldn't stand riding in that back seat for over 2 hours.
Ooh,
Your back hurt, and here that damn
right.
thing was 52 grand.
Damn. That's
Yeah,
a chunk of change for a car to
it'd
be
kill you, man.
uncomfortable like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, for being
I can
uncomfortable.
understand
Remember the
that.
old Lincolns and the Crown Vics,
I
the Crown
had,
Victorias, Caprices? You just like,
you're get,
yeah,
you're gonna
great
laugh.
seats.
In South Florida, well, I've been driving since I was 9 years old, not necessarily licensed, but active driver since I was 9. I had a Lincoln Continental, just like the Blues Brothers, which the back bumper would fall off because it was just known to have those two things rust off and the bumper falls off. And then I had a Cadillac because that was the best ride for my back. So it was a boat of a
Yeah.
car.
Oh, good seat.
Yeah, it's a good
Yeah.
ride in both of those cars, the Blues Brothers Lincoln and then the Cadillac. I love those two cars.
Yeah, good seats.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah, touring cars,
comfortable,
that's right.
smooth ride. You don't even feel any bumps in the road. Yep.
Now, I noticed in that Astro van that you could put the seat back and sleep like pretty good. But I know
Uh-huh.
when I try it in that Toyota, you like doze off, but you're not sleeping sound like you did in the Astro van seat. It's not the same,
Oh,
not as
yeah.
comfortable.
They don't make things like they
Yeah.
used to. That's just a
No, they
fact.
sure don't.
Hmm.
Yep, it's a fact. Yep, making everything light.
Yeah.
Hmm. You know, I
So
forgot
when
to
is
call
that?
that lady today on that motorhome. Dave was. I'll
Oh,
do that
yeah, I
tomorrow,
heard
Dave.
about that in the chat. Yeah, she dropped the price by half, I
Well, she told me she'd sell it to me for 10 grand. I hope she'll sell it to him for 10.
think. Or else you'll
I
be the
think
middleman
she
and
might
just
go
change it
low.
over. Yeah, if
Yeah,
you wait her
he
out,
wants to, he wants yeah he wants to use it as a temporary place in Tennessee, I guess. So that'd be cool.
Oh, okay,
It's in great,
interesting.
great shape.
Mm. Well, my son wasn't living at home. He had his own
Yeah,
apartment with a roommate.
I
And
wish I
I
could
was
remember
thinking
the.
about buying a mobile home, to travel across the US and see different places. And my son looked at me and he said, regardless, they're not making them as well as they have been in the past. And if you drop an engine or something happens on the side of the road, you better have that bank to get it fixed because it's not cheap. And I was like, okay, you just talked me out of it.
Hey, Marty's bought two of them
Hmm.
and never made it to Colorado either time.
Oh, no. See, that's where I was going too.
One new one
Damn.
and one used one.
Oh, well, they both broke down.
Yeah, yeah,
You're kidding. Wow. I've been to Colorado. One of
yeah.
my daughters lives
Problems,
in Colorado.
bullshit, parts. Oh, yeah, I like it out there.
Have you have you
Not that
been
much
to
though.
the hotel that's like the Stanley Hotel in Colorado?
No.
Oh, it is so pretty. Just majestic views and it's
Nope.
right by a lake. I loved Colorado when I went up there for a long vacation.
Have you, have,
What now?
have you ever been to Glacier National Park?
No, I have not.
Have you ever been to
I
Glacier
went to
National Park in Montana? Yeah, look at
no.
the lodge there on Lake McDonald. Look at the lodge there on Lake McDonald.
Okay.
It's beautiful. Or another place,
Uh,
Banff, Canada.
ooh,
Banff.
I've been to
Lake
Niagara Falls
Louise
in
is
Canada.
one of the most photographed hotels in the world.
Oh, okay. That's cool. You know a lot of really nice places to go vacation. That's really nice.
If you go if you go on the American side of Niagara Falls, you'd think you're in
No,
Pakistan.
I know better. I was
Yeah,
on the Canadian side of Niagara Falls and I was with a
yeah.
tour group.
Canadian side,
So
way
you
nicer.
will absolutely flip out if I tell you how much money me and my girlfriend spent on this huge vacation. It was great.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, yeah, it was.
It was
We
worth
had to
it.
drive there. Oh yeah, definitely. It was a W hotel. And then I got us an upgrade
That's
because I have the gift of gab and I was talking to the receptionist and she put us lakeside, which was a beautiful view instead of, over, the friggin' highway and stuff was the front of the hotel. But it was with a tour group, but we had to drive to the hotel. $500 split two ways, and then me and my girlfriend, we split expenses as far as the gas for the car and the eating expenses to and from Canada. $500 for 4 days at the W Hotel, plus chartered tour buses, really nice, with professional tour guides. We went to Niagara Falls. We had a catered lunch at the Sheraton Hotel, which is right there. You can still see the falls. You can see both falls. It's at not really the top floor, but it's one floor is the restaurant. We could eat whatever we want to. We went to
yeah,
where the three rivers converged. We went to 3 tastings at wineries, and then we stopped at that little eclectic town where they said to buy ice cream. I forgot what the name of the town is, but it's right off the big lake.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I'm trying to remember
Wow.
it, but it was 3 different wine tastings. And then when we stopped where the 3 rivers converge, you could go on. They have like a power boat or like a gondola across to the United States side and then back to Canada.
Yeah.
The suspended cabs. Yeah, it was a great vacation. Did I
Yeah.
say $500 split 2 ways? That was a bargain.
Good
And
for
then I was
you.
going to go to Italy and COVID hit. But I
Oh
enjoyed
wow.
Canada
It's
immensely.
pouring here right now.
Is it? It's
Yeah,
not pouring
Canada's great.
here.
Yeah.
I would love to go back to Canada. That and Hawaii.
Yeah, really coming in. You know, I talked to, I used to have a buddy of mine down when I was living in Chicago that did a lot of modeling,
Mm-hmm.
and he got hired by the W Hotel when
Oh,
they
okay.
built that W in downtown Chicago to come down there and like hang out and like just bullshit. So there was a lady named Louise that was homeless that lived in their neighborhood, and she was a panhandler. So my buddy says, "Hey, I'm going to be down at the W tonight." He said, "Why don't you come down there? I got these free passes, and, you know, have a couple drinks and just see what it's like." And he was hired for
Mm-hmm.
like 8 hours, right? And there were other models down there too, right? So I
Yeah.
go down to the W and they're having like free hors d'oeuvres, and they had this thing outside, and they had all these like female models, male models, and I'm talking to him, and this homeless lady that we knew from like giving money to and stuff in the neighborhood,
Oh, okay.
she's walking, and she says, "Hey, you two fags, what are you doing here?"
Classic.
Hey, yeah, and we're trying to like ignore her, like she's not talking
Like she's
about us,
crazy and not
and she's
talking to you, right?
yeah, like she's crazy. Yeah, and they probably knew she was crazy because she'd panhandle in front of all these expensive hotels, and she'd say, "Hey, you
Right.
fags, don't act like you don't hear me. I know you guys. You're Chad."
Oh my god.
And finally, security made her leave.
Oh. But oh my god, what a
Yeah,
priceless moment. Like a Kodak moment in time. You'll never
yeah,
forget
we laughed
that.
about it later, but it wasn't
Yeah.
it wasn't too funny at the time.
Exactly. You're at the VIP event and this homeless
billion
lady's
people
calling
down
you
there.
out.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, calling us out.
Yeah.
Yep.
I actually went to the VIP.
Yeah.
The W's notorious for having models and nights like that. And I actually went to a
Yeah.
VIP down here in Atlanta, and it was one of my friend's daughter's models, and she was one of the models during the event. So we all got VIP passes, and then they gave us this big purple bag, shiny like tote, filled with stuff. It had like coffee and all kinds of moisturizers, perfume. You know what I'm saying? Like a giveaway bag. But it was a pretty nice event. And she had clothes on, so that's a bonus, because usually, when she's modeling, she has very little clothes on. I would kill my daughter. Absolutely. If my daughter did that, I would just, ugh. But to each their own, right?
Is that W still around?
Yeah, it's right downtown Atlanta. Yeah, right downtown Atlanta, right in that little group of hotels. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it lost some windows about 10 years ago when that tornadic event happened that went right through Atlanta. A lot of the hotels lost windows. And they had to reorder them, and they weren't the same windows. What now?
Yeah, that happened at the Westin too. The Westin had that
happen. Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it took them 2 years because they quit making the windows.
Yep.
PPG used to make them, and they quit making them.
Exactly.
Yep, that's right.
Mm-hmm. There's a really cool, what do they call it? Where they mine out, and it's right by Atlanta. You would not think that a pit would be that close to Atlanta, but actually the first year of Walking Dead was filmed there. And it's a quarry pit. That's the word I was looking for. Sorry. Is a quarry pit, and now it's filled with the clearest crystal blue water. You can see down 30 feet. And it's right outside of Atlanta. I mean, you have to kind of sneak in or know somebody, but The Walking Dead was filmed there the first season. But it's right outside Atlanta. Like you wouldn't think something like that would, because it's a green space and a quarry pit and just the bluest water. It's just so pretty. I've been there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to see if I'm going to go to this helicopter convention, but I can't get a hold of anybody down there. They never call you back. It's crazy, man. I want to find out where the helicopters are going to land before they drag them in the building. And if I can't see there, or I can't have access to it, then I'm not going to do it. You call this place, it's like the world's biggest biggest helicopter convention. They move it around the country all the time. It's like the biggest event of the year, and nobody answers the phone. It's crazy.
It's in the World Congress Center. There is no place to land a helicopter. The streets are so narrow. It has to be by the Olympic Village where all...
No.
What now?
No, they're 60 of them are going to be on display.
Inside the building. Already, though, set up.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought you said land and then bring them into the building.
Yeah. They are. They're going to land, and they're going to bring them in the building. Hey, Frisky.
Oh.
No shit.
Well, I'm confused then. I thought it was
on Google Earth. I went on Google Earth trying to figure out,
if it's where the Olympics were. If it's where the Olympics were, you can land helicopters all day long there. Right next to the aquarium and where those new buildings were built for the Olympics.
I think
it's like a park.
I think it's west of there. If you look up that GWCC,
okay,
it's further west. Andrew Young Drive.
I'll do that
down
right now.
from the CNN building. Just west of the CNN building. Yeah. I can't figure out where the hell they're going to land because it doesn't look like I can get a good hotel right where I'll see the helicopters landing.
Oh, so they
So
are
scratch that. And if I can't go over to like where they're landing, yeah,
Tom, they
they're
are
landing there.
landing at the they're
I don't
landing
know
at
where.
Centennial Olympic Park because that's the only open area that a helicopter will be able to land. I'm looking at from Google Maps right now. So that has to be where
Well,
they're
how
landing.
far is that
It's
from there?
Centennial.
How far is
From there
that from there to like the entrance to the building?
From the Atlanta Congress Center? That's way far away.
Yeah, it's the GWCC, right on
Okay, hang
Andrew
on.
Young Drive.
Okay.
GWCC, Andrew Young Drive.
GWCC.
But it's like a gigantic building. It's like the 4th largest building in the country.
Oh, wow. It didn't come up as nothing. Oh, Georgia World Congress Center. It just loaded. Yeah, that's right down the street. I'd say that's like 3 miles because I've walked that. When I went to the Olympics with my family, we've walked that. That's where they funneled everybody like sheep.
But there's no way they're landing those helicopters and dragging them that far.
It looks like there's green space right next to the GWCC, which I wasn't aware of, but I think it's trees. Trees over there between the back side. Yeah, between the back side of the building and the one highway, which is, it's not pulling up a name. It looks like an on-ramp to 20.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. I would say they're landing them at the Centennial Olympic Park because that's the only open area that I know of without trees. But I don't know how they're getting them to the building then.
Yeah, well, there's no way they're dragging those 3 miles.
There's
a big-ass door somewhere around that building. And they're going to drag those helicopters in after they land out front. But I'm not sure where that's at.
Yeah, or else that green space
even though Google Earth is helpful.
No.
Yeah, I thought that too.
Yeah, it's not helpful at all.
But if you go on the Helicopter Association's vendor question answer thing, they'll show you the entrances and they'll have an arrow pointing to the landing site of the helicopters.
Oh.
And that is pointing to the east side of the building. And on the east side of the building, it doesn't look like there's anywhere a helicopter can land.
Oh, you got me.
This is why I keep calling these idiots. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's strange, you know?
The tourist division for the state of Georgia might have information about this convention center. So have you tried that?
I tried calling the convention center. They never answer the phone.
The tourist division to Georgia might have
you think you could call the place you think you could call the place that's putting on the event and ask them.
Right.
But they never answer the phone. And then they'll call back like 2 days later and I get a shitty signal here.
Oh. Do they have like an email communication where you can leave like on their website where you can exchange emails?
Yeah. Now,
did anybody email you back?
They'll email you back, and then it's like, no. But they did return a phone call, but it's like 2 days later.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry.
And I tried to leave a long enough message asking those questions, and they never leave the answer when they leave a voicemail. It's just a super pain in the ass.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, weird, you know?
Yeah.
But if I can have good access to the helicopters landing, I'll do it. But if I can't, then I'm not going to go through all that bullshit.
Right. Huh. Yeah. I thought you said it was super expensive too, like $1,000, and then you would have to stay at a hotel that's close by.
Yeah, it is. And I don't even if I could stay at a hotel and have access to the helicopters landing, I wouldn't even go to the damn helicopter convention, because I would if it was like $50, but it's not worth $1,000 to me. And I'm afraid that if I
Right.
stay at the hotel, I don't get to see the helicopters that great. And if I go over to where they're landing, they're going to tell me to get the hell out of there because of security. So that's why I'm trying to get a hold of these morons. Even if I had to pay extra to like get a media pass, I
Hmm.
want to be down there seeing these damn helicopters come in.
Do you know what I just found out that's right by
Yeah,
there is the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Maybe they're landing the helicopters
it
by
is.
that, like in the parking lot. Because that would be a big open
That's
space,
possible.
right? Okay. It might be because it's
But
right next to
when you look on Google,
the
when you
building.
look
Hmm.
when you look on Google Earth and stuff, though, it doesn't look like there's a lot of open space where a helicopter would land and you just pull it over there with a tow dolly. It looks like there's
Right.
fences and things to keep from ramming a barrier to drive a truck and blow the place up. It just seems like there's anywhere around that building, it seems like there's too much bullshit
Right.
in the way to be able to drive anything from where it would land to get inside the building. Nothing looks like a clear, open area where all you'd need to do is open a big ass loading dock door. That's
Right.
why I keep calling them, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Well, they might be landing it in the parking lot of the Mercedes-Benz Stadium because, that's the
Yeah,
only
they could
wide
be.
open space right next to that building, the GWCC CNN building. So
Yeah.
who knows?
Yep.
That would be my
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to find out. The helicopters
Yeah.
come in the third and the fourth, and then the thing starts the sixth or the seventh.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So,
So is there a lot of vendors there or
I'd like
just,
to see it. They have a lot. Of,
is it like a car
if you
show?
go, if you look up like what it costs, yeah, but it's all super crazy expensive. If you like get a booth and you get your name on the thing and you have your helicopter there, it's like 110 grand. It's crazy
Well,
expensive.
you own a helicopter. What's 110 grand? I mean,
Yeah. Well, it's all people selling helicopters
Mhm.
and things that go in them and navigation
Right.
systems and stuff like that. And even
Mhm.
though I like helicopters and I like watching them and all that, I'm not really wanting to sit and listen to a pitch about a navigation system on a $9 million helicopter. I don't give two shits.
Right.
I want to see helicopters. You're not selling me one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the show's not that important to me. And it's a professional show, and I got an idea. If you went in there and I went up and said, geez, how fast does this baby fly? They tell me to get the hell out of there. It's not a county fair. It's like a legit, you know,
Yeah,
professional
yeah, I
helicopter
understand.
event, which is probably why they keep the tickets so expensive. They don't want a bunch of jackoffs down there that got a helicopter ride when they were 10 years old asking stupid questions.
Oh, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, and it's all the big players in helicopters. Anybody that manufactures one worldwide. I mean, there's French helicopter makers that have shipped those helicopters over here on ships and then started them up from the East Coast and flown them there. It's a big damn deal for helicopters.
Mhm. Have you been up in
I
a
mean, they'll have
helicopter?
one there that yeah, a lot, yeah.
You have a lot?
They'll have some helicopter there. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I've never
They'll
been
have
in a
helicopters
helicopter.
there for $20 million and 5 women walking around in bathing suits handing out data on them. I mean, it's a big damn
Yeah.
deal. It's called the Helicopter
Yeah, you gotta
Expo.
love the showgirls.
Yeah. But I mean, as
They're
far as
gorgeous.
money goes, you couldn't do this with boats, but
Mhm.
helicopters, if you think about it, they're crazy expensive. And this is
Right.
really just probably arguably the biggest expensive display of somebody trying to sell something there is.
Right.
It's medevacs, not military probably, but corporate helicopters, just crazy money.
Right, right.
you know. But I think it'd be cool to see them. But I wouldn't. I'd like to go in there and look around, but not for $1,000. I want to see helicopters flying around.
Is there a back door
I'm
we can
not
sneak
buying.
in? I've done that many times.
No, you can see on their security. I mean, they've got like
Oh,
every checkpoint in the world. Even to sign up for a subscription to the magazine, they need to approve
right.
you first.
Oh, wow.
You just don't give them your
No,
credit card number, and the
there's
magazine
no
starts.
sneaking in there.
Yeah, no, yeah, no way. You'd probably
Yeah.
get shot.
Oh,
And all the
I've snuck in a
hotels,
couple.
the nice ones, are 450, 550 a night.
Oh, yeah, in
It's a
Atlanta.
big deal.
Mm-hmm. They're probably already
Yeah.
booked out already.
Yep.
When is the convention?
No, I looked. That's why I'm suspicious of it, because helicopters is a small market. Even though it's big bucks, there's way
Mm-hmm.
less helicopters than there are airplanes.
Of
So
course.
when you look at Atlanta's set up for like big giant populations, I mean, for all I know, every important helicopter guy in the world's going to be there, and it'll be under 1,500 people. You know what I mean? It isn't
Oh,
like
okay.
airplanes.
Right.
So that would, because when I went on and looked at getting rooms, there was all
Mm-hmm.
sorts of rooms available. And this thing is coming up pretty soon. So I don't know. It's just weird.
Usually closer to the event.
Crazy. But you can see if you wanted to, let's say you wanted to go to 2024's Helicopter Expo,
And then
you
another
better
one
have
was
already mailed your check. You
you
better already
better
mailed your
mailed your
check. I mean,
check. Yeah.
yeah, for 2024's. I mean, the amount of planning that must go into that thing is staggering.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a super expensive. Yeah. But it's crazy money setting up a helicopter display there.
Oh, I bet.
I mean, like
Yeah.
huge money. Yeah. Crazy money. And you're putting the pilots up that flew it out there and blah, blah, blah. Crazy.
Well, you're definitely down by where the Hotel Square is. I mean, the Westin's over there, the Atlanta Marriott, Marquis, the Hyatt, Regency. Yeah, you're down by what is that part of town called? By Turner Drive, Little Five Points. That's right, Little Five Points.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah, by
eclectic.
Turner Drive. Yep.
Atlanta's actually like 5 boroughs. They call them boroughs,
Yeah.
parts of town and stuff like that, and they each got their own name. Have you been down to the Central Cemetery and seen the lion, the huge Confederate lion?
No.
You haven't done that yet?
No. I haven't been to Atlanta since I got here.
Oh, okay. It's just another place that takes pretty pictures, and there's a lot of historic things around there. So.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you need
Yeah,
a
so
tour
I'm gonna
guide,
keep
Tom.
trying, but I'm half-ass interested in it now, because it's so much. It's just weird, You think they'd be like having answer the phone in the first ring. If I had to guess, I think the thing's been booked out for 9 months already. And they don't want to answer the phone because they don't have any space for you. They don't give two shits.
Right, right. Yeah, they do
Yeah, this is
have a
all like a kind of.
capacity at the building. At the convention center, there definitely is a capacity. So you might be right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wait, you just saved
they're
yourself
not.
$1,000, right?
Anybody they want that's in the helicopter world that is anybody is already set up. All they got to do is show up. This isn't like a county fair or a Comic-Con. You know what I mean?
Right.
Which is probably
Yeah.
why they don't answer the phone.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they don't want the general public there. Not that you can't get in, but that's nothing to them. But a bunch of stupid questions.
So do you have a real good camera with like a telescopic lens?
Yeah, I got a bunch of cameras. Yep. Yeah, sure
Oh,
do.
then you're made in the shade. Just go the day of the convention, go there and walk around and see if you can snag some pictures of the helicopters. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I want to get them flying though. You know.
Oh, yeah, you did say that. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, try to. You know.
Yeah. No, that would be, yeah, that'd be great footage. Definitely.
Yeah.
Then you have a dilemma then.
So yeah, I do. I
Yes.
mean, it's already like too much trouble, you know. But I'll never get it.
Yeah.
Usually, it's in L.A. or something, you know, or
Mhm.
someplace a long ways away. So it's nice that it's only 90 miles down the road, but it's turning out to be like too much trouble,
Yeah.
you
I
know.
can understand that. When things get too complicated and you can't get answers to something, you kind of get
Yeah,
frustrated over it. I can understand. Yeah. So you haven't even
yeah,
been down to the
yeah.
World of
That's it.
Coke,
You know.
huh, Tom?
So I'll see. No, I was down. I've been to Varsity a couple times a long time ago,
Uh-huh.
but no,
The
not
World
in
of
like
Coke is pretty nice. It's
a
pretty
long time.
neat because Georgia is the home
No,
state
get
for
rid of them, Rita.
Coca-Cola. Uh-oh. Do we have trolls?
Yeah, yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I tried to
I'm
block
happy
them,
to
but it would
not
only
know
let
it.
me time them out. So as soon as it comes back up, get rid of them if you
Mhm.
could. I tried to on StreamYard, but I couldn't. You'll need to block them on YouTube. Yeah,
Oh, Rita
Rita's
got
on the
them.
ball. Do you go down?
Oh, it's that
Do you go
yeah, weird
down
Austin
much or
kid.
not?
Do I what?
Yeah, weirdo.
Yeah.
You go downtown much?
I used to when
You
I was
do.
closer. Yeah, I've pretty much been the tourist in Atlanta. When I first moved there, just bumming around, and then we did the Olympics when they were here in Atlanta, and yeah, I've pretty much been to every spot and every hotel in Atlanta. So what else is there to do unless you have great company to kind of, be the tour guide to the next person?
Yeah.
But
How's that
Atlanta is
aquarium?
definitely hip
Nice.
and happening. It is. It is great. I had season passes for years because they rotate certain, tanks coming in and out with other aquariums. It's a world class aquarium, Tom. And you don't see this. You see some stagnant, displays that are built into, the aquarium, but other ones rotate with other aquariums across the U.S. and the world, actually. They have a really neat
Oh,
program
really?
where you can, yeah, they have a really nice program where you can suit up. It's not even that expensive unless prices went up, and you can actually swim in the main tank in scuba, full scuba, with
Oh,
the
wow.
sharks and the whale sharks and the manta rays. It's really nice. My daughter did it. I can't stand scuba gear, so I didn't do it.
Oh, okay.
But
Huh.
along with that ticket, is
Now,
they actually take. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
is that like a, a popular place? Is it busy all the time?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's like
Busy?
the place to go and meet for a first date, actually. That and the museum down there, the High Museum. So that's the
Oh,
infamous
really?
first date spot. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of an ongoing joke. But it's very active, very busy, anywhere from families with
Huh.
small children to people that are meeting for the first. I went down there when they had the haunted Titanic display. It was awesome. Anytime that I've ever went, even if I had season tickets or did not have season tickets, it was well worth it. It's about $30 per person, and then you can get some coupons
Uh-huh.
sometimes. And then if you just add another 10 or $15, you can get a whole season pass all year and go every single day if you wanted to.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's
Huh.
really neat.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I know Marty
Yeah.
takes his grandkids there.
Oh, I bet he loves it. The cutest thing is
Yeah.
when they exercise the little penguins and they actually walk through the crowd. I mean, not right up next to you because they have to, look out for the little penguins safety, but they'll walk them through where the crowd is on the main floor, the little herd of penguins. They're waddling in their little tuxedos. It is adorable.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to
They have a very
check that
nice
out.
program there. Yeah, you should. And
And,
the World of
and how
Coats.
about the
You
zoo?
cannot miss the World of Coats. The zoo is good on, you cannot go when it's very hot because, of course, animals hide in the heat. So you're not going to see very many animals if it's a very hot day. But they do have a good collection of animals that are visual in each enclosure at any given time. And then they have the little train going through the whole place. It's nice. They have a bird aviary that you actually walk in, and you can feed like little parakeets. It's cute. They have little sticks of food, and you hold up the little stick, and you get bombarded with, you know, like 30 parakeets wanting to eat from your hand. I've never been disappointed with anything that I've done in Georgia.
Oh, cool.
Have you been to the underground, Tom?
So that's nope.
That's another place to go.
I never went down to Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really? What's that?
The underground is actually all older cities. The United States decided to build up a floor because they realized that they needed a sanitation system to carry away wastewater, you know, so it wouldn't be pooling on the roads. So all major cities actually went up a floor, if that makes kind of sense to you, and then built the road system. Instead of the road system where it was, they went up. So the area of underground Atlanta is the original storefront when the roads were at that level and not a level above. So they just made it into this underground, like there's eclectic shops, boutiques, food, and it's really neat because you can see a lot of the original architecture and a lot of the original building fronts. But then, you know, the city went up.
Yeah.
And then that's where they built the roadway because they needed the sewer systems and stuff under the roadway. If that makes sense, I hope I explained it to where everybody can understand it. But that you can find that in almost every single city in the United States because of health and hygiene and
isn't there
all that good stuff. Excuse me?
Isn't there a place down there where they sell where they sell lots of diamonds and jewelry?
In Atlanta? I mean, they do have like we have good jewelers, but I'm not familiar with one central place of buying
there's
diamonds.
A thing like where these world class wholesalers of diamonds come in like twice a year in Atlanta downtown and bring like $20 million worth of diamonds. Marty goes to it.
Oh, he's got one over on me then.
They'll have like $3 million diamonds.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's this weekend.
Don't tell me that.
Yeah. Wholesale like that.
Wow.
No, it's like crazy prices, like purple diamonds and stuff like
yellow
that.
Diamonds. Yeah, I was a sucker and I bought a couple yellow diamonds, but I love them. So I don't need any more jewelry.
One big guy that comes in from Chicago.
That bracelet you showed was so amazing with the rows of the smaller diamonds. You said it was a Tiffany cuff style diamond bracelet. Yes, and the colored diamonds. That was amazing. I love that one.
You know, I never knew it though, but when you get custom made jewelry, like that was $300,000 to make. And a lady had it for 25 years.
Right.
And it only sells for about like 120 to like 90,000. I thought diamonds went up. I didn't realize they went down.
Diamonds only actually have sentimental value.
You're right.
Yeah, and
True.
their value is controlled by the people that actually move, like you were saying, large quantities of diamonds, the people in charge of the diamonds, bringing it out of wherever,
Right.
continent they're mined from. And
Right.
what they do is to increase the
Yeah.
diamond
That's
prices is they just put it in the safe and they don't sell it, which increases because it's rare to get the diamond, then it's not, 20 million of the same diamond. So the prices go up. So it's an
yeah.
artificial inflated value of the diamond, and diamonds only have sentimental value. The stone that my husband gave me, I had them cut it into a heart for the diamond. Do you know how
Yeah.
devaluing that is? I cut a huge chunk into a heart because I didn't care. I just wanted a heart-shaped diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
So,
Yeah. Yep.
yeah. So how
That
silly am
that may
I?
be Rita, but I think that may be true, Rita. But I think there are some like colored diamonds that I could be wrong on this. I thought some of them like rare colors sold for premiums, but I may have had that mixed up. I'm not sure.
The more
I
clear the
know that
diamond,
like
the C quality of the diamond, whether it's colored or clear, the more clear, like if you get black diamonds, brown diamonds, colored diamonds in that scale, those are the
yeah,
lesser value of diamonds. If you're going up, you still have a C quality in the diamond if it's yellow, pink, whatever, the emerald of the sea from the Titanic
yeah,
was, a beautiful blue diamond, but it was clear. That gives you the value is not having inclusions or veins or anything like that. Can you tell I sold jewelry before?
another thing another thing that surprised me at diamonds is you hear about how hard diamonds are, but you can chip
Right.
them easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can damage them easy.
When they talk about diamonds being hard, they're talking about when you put it up next to another, like a piece of glass or something like that, is the diamond will
Yeah,
score the other item. That's what they're talking about with hardness. It's
right.
not the rock of the diamond. It's actually that it can score another item, Tom.
The Mohs scale, I think it is MOHS hardness scale.
Yeah, yeah. Are you Googling it? A lot of
No,
stuff
I
I
knew
forget
that from
about.
before, but I
Oh,
don't think
okay.
that diamond is as hard as people think it is. You're always hearing
No, it's
about
not.
diamond edge, diamond blade. That's different than diamond jewelry.
Right, right. Exactly.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Yep.
Mhm. Yep.
Oh, that's interesting.
My last job, actually, or one of my last jobs, was this guy bought directly from pawn stores, pawn shops, had a great, relationship with them. So they would call him because, like you said, cash is king. He always had cash. So they give him the best deals. And the
Yeah.
pawn shops, of course, have
Uh-huh.
those deals. So I would drive for him and I could shoot straight. I mean, you know, so if there was somebody hanging outside the pawn shop because the pawn shops are not in great areas, I would just call him on the phone and say, hey, I'm going to go around the block, and call him when I would pull up out front when he was done with his transaction. And then we would take off. We wouldn't just sit there in the parking lot and be a victim. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was a fun job because I can drive pretty damn fast and shoot pretty damn straight. So I love that job. And just looking at all the jewelry he bought was just fascinating. I actually bought a couple pieces.
I know this big diamond dealer Marty knows got robbed coming out of a
Oh
hotel one night.
no!
Yeah.
Oh, it was an
Like a
inside
million and a half.
job.
Yeah,
It was
that's
an
what they
inside
said.
job.
Inside job.
Somebody told either one of the employee, I hate to say this, one of the employees of the hotel, because my friend got ripped off, and I told him exactly what to do to hunt down all the stuff that got stolen from his home, and he found it exactly where I said it would be. So they took it
Oh
out of
wow.
state, and then they went to the dealers that my friend dealt with. So I said, call up all your friends, give them descriptions, fax them what was stolen from your house, And sure enough, when they started showing up in Tennessee and Florida and the exact pictures and jewelry and everything, like he had old toys and stuff, they called the police right away and busted the people. But it was an inside job. It was somebody
really?
that he brought, somebody that he brought to his house that saw the stuff that was on the walls that wasn't even for sale. He had a big safe built underneath his staircase, as big as the underneath of a staircase would be. He didn't have a basement. And that's where his safe was with the items that he was transitioning through, selling. But everything that was on display in his house, and I kept telling him, don't do it at home. Meet them at a coffee shop or something. Because somebody looked at all the stuff he had and ripped them off. Yep. But he got back almost everything because I told him, I said, they're not going to sell it here in Georgia. You got to go to Tennessee, Alabama, and Florida and call everybody and give them pictures of what was taken. And that's how he got everything back except for like a couple items. So he thanks me to this day. Mm-hmm. I'm not a stupid girl. I can figure stuff out. I try to help people.
Wow.
Yeah, he got ripped off for a lot of money.
He got lucky.
Yeah, and he got almost all of it back, knock on wood, thank God.
Well, good for him.
Probably not in the volume Marty does. I'm sorry, but you get into a niche and then you sell stuff that you need to live on. You know what I'm saying? He's not as big as Marty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Yep.
There's he knows a handful of guys. A lot of the big dealers are out of Chicago.
Well, this guy would sell at that antique market down in
But they'll run around. He said
Atlanta.
He's seen them before, have a they come down to Atlanta from Chicago. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They come down from Chicago to Atlanta a couple of times a year. Yeah. But he said it's nothing for them to have like a briefcase full of $2 or $3 million worth of diamonds. It's not that many diamonds like you'd think. Right. It's not like a big full briefcase of $5,000 diamonds. It's like a briefcase full of like $300,000 diamonds and $400,000 diamonds, that kind of thing. It's small. They're just padded and they're in little special things.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised. I always thought that if you got a diamond wholesale, you were in pretty good shape, but you're not. You're not going to, and if you're not a legitimate seller, you're not going to get that price as an individual when you go to dump it.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Weird. Oh, really, Kat? Kat said her family lost a lot of money, yeah. Huh.
Oh, wow. That's a shame, nuts. Investing in diamonds.
Did you ever know anybody that did smelting?
Me?
Did you ever know anybody that did smelting, melting down gold?
No, not even welding. I stay away from stuff that's going to spit like lava at me and scar me for life. No. I'd be deathly afraid of getting injured from smelting.
Oh, you would?
Yes.
There's a lot of that goes on in Georgia.
Yes.
People buying gold. You
said you just met somebody that you're gonna get together with, and he's gonna tell you a little bit more about smelting. Yeah. That's cool. You know, the most interesting people I've met in my lifetime, have never decided what they wanted to do with their life. They were always changing the direction of their life because they were so intelligent. They would get bored with what they were doing currently and look to the next better thing.
Yeah.
You know? Kind of sounds like you.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I like doing different things, that's for sure. I've been thinking about opening up a weightlifting gym.
Oh no, unless you're doing it for you, those don't really make a lot of money. And then the injury,
no, they don't make any money. They don't make.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they don't make any money. Yeah, it's true. But there's no place to like work out down around here.
Why can't you work out at home?
It's just too boring.
Oh,
I think it is.
yeah.
Yeah. It's fun to like go to a coffee shop or something like that, instead of
Yeah,
just being home
definitely.
all the time.
You're getting out of the house and
Mhm.
being engaging and
I
seeing
think,
the same staff every day, which is nice because they greet you cordially. So I can see that's human interaction. I'm just a home buddy.
yeah.
I can be perfectly happy being at home 24/7, 7 days a week. So, but definitely you and
Oh,
me need
really?
to get into shape. Oh yeah, I'm happy doing anything. I trick my
Yeah, I gotta
mind
get.
into it.
Yeah, I gotta get in shape.
Yeah,
They
me
don't have
too.
anything like that even close to here.
Oh wow, no, you're like in the rural part. At least
Yeah,
down the street from
yeah,
me
big
is
time.
everything, including a movie theater.
Yeah, right.
I bet you don't
Yeah.
even have a movie theater down there, do you, Tom?
No,
Do you?
no, Rita, I don't. No, no, Rita, I
Wow.
quit doing that. I did that for 6 weeks. I did
Oh,
that for 6 weeks
yeah.
and cut down my calories. Didn't drink any alcohol and didn't lose a pound. So I quit doing
Do you
it.
know what happened? Do you know what
I'm in
happened to me,
Crawford.
Tom? I was walking every day longer than you in your 6 weeks, going half a mile down to the stop sign and coming back to my front door. And I only lost a pound. But what I did
No,
notice
yeah,
is
yeah,
my legs are getting thinner. So where you put the weight on last, like with men and women, is the tire section from your chest down to your knees is where people gain weight. That's where the last
yeah.
place off is going to be. And that's the hardest trek is to stay with it.
No, it's
But you
true.
need to change it up. You need cardio, you need maybe yoga, you need lifting weights, you need walks. You need to change so your heart rate goes up and down and you get your metabolism up. And some people
Yeah,
actually do fasting to get their metabolism up, but you don't really want to
yeah,
fast
it's
and
true.
then lift weights because you'll probably drop like a
Yeah, no,
fly. Really. But yeah, I
yeah,
lost
yeah.
a pound
You're
right
right.
along with you,
Yeah,
but my legs are thinner.
yeah. No,
Yep.
I never, did,
I
other than
believe.
playing basketball, I never did a lot of cardio. But
Oh, I
that
love
doctor I
basketball.
went
Do
and
you
saw,
play
he
tennis?
said what you need to do.
Sure.
Yeah, I used to play a ton of tennis. It's probably my best sport. I just liked other things better.
Oh, I need a
Yeah.
good tennis partner. I've been playing against the wall. I always win then, right?
That doctor told me that I went and saw about a month ago. He said the best thing to do is walk as hard and as fast as you can for 20 minutes to where you're gasping for air. He said you'll lose weight like crazy.
Yeah, but then that's strain on your heart if you're not used to that sort of
He said,
activity. He
but
told you that?
you don't, if you don't, but if yeah, but if you don't have heart problems, nothing's going to happen to your heart.
Heart problems can
If you
happen
get a
to anybody at
physical
any
and you,
time.
yeah, but it's very low. You stand a way better chance of getting in shape than you do of having a heart problem, as long as you pass a physical, and as long as
Well,
you've
with
like had an EKG and that kind of thing.
yeah, but I'm going to say inoculation so your channel doesn't get in trouble. The number one side effect is heart conditions after you've been, inoculated with the recent C, you know? So I would be careful about that. And it happens with men over 40 is that's the number one side effect that's being documented now.
Really? No, he
Did you
didn't
know
say anything
that?
about that. No.
Yeah. I'd be very careful because I
Huh.
think you've had those, right? Because you were trying to prevent getting C, right?
I had him.
The
Yeah.
COVID?
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you, Tom, I would be very careful because that is the number one thing that can happen to you is having heart problems after you've been inoculated for it. So I'd go a little bit slower, not listen to what your doctor said.
But I think I think your heart problems, either you would or would not have them unrelated to the shot.
Well, this one's definitely
Or if you
related to
did
the
have them
shot. There's
because of the
plenty
shot.
of documentation on it. I've been website after website, and straight from Pfizer's website is they pretty much say that there's an increase in males over 45 having heart conditions and dropping dead. So, but you're an
That
adult.
didn't
You can
have
make your own
that
decision.
did yeah, but that didn't have problems before
No,
the
that
shot?
did not have any heart conditions beforehand. My son came in and he told me about it initially. And then I started doing research on it and I said, oh, you're right. Okay. So that's like, yeah, he's a young man and he's going into that age group, down the road. So I guess, he wanted to research it. And that's what he found out is after you have the inoculation from 45 and up, heart related incidences is sudden and where there was no documentation of any heart issues beforehand.
So, I just looked this up and it said data from multiple studies show a slight risk for myocarditis and pericarditis following COVID-19 vaccines. These cases occurred most frequently in males ages 16 and older within 7 days of receiving the second dose. That's what it said.
16 and older. He said, I've read like 45. It's more prevalent in people that are older, 40, 50, 60s.
And
one day you're here, the next day you're not.
Anthony's dad
is a doctor.
Yeah, Anthony's dad didn't say anything about that either.
And he's a doctor,
Anthony's
right?
dad didn't say that either. Yeah. I'm going to have to look into that more.
Oh,
because you wouldn't think this guy just told me this a month ago.
I would be very careful. I would feel very bad if something happened to you. You're like my online person, so please be very careful.
Did they say anything about? Did they say anything about jacking off? Because that's one I can disprove right now. Did they say anything about jacking off?
You can do that to your heart's content. Go for it. Make yourself happy.
Yeah.
I hope you alternate hands, so you're building muscle with both hands, both arms. Do you alternate hands, Tom? Yeah. You have to alternate hands, Tom.
Yeah. I'll debunk that study right now.
Oh my God, classic Tom. Thank you. See,
I guess I'm lucky.
I
guess I'm lucky I walked. I guess I'm lucky I
You're
walked.
You're building muscle. I mean, that's why you look so young. You have an or multiple orgasms every day.
Right.
They say Cleopatra was like that, and that's why she was so young looking.
Oh, really?
Because she was catered to. Yeah. Now watch that be a fable and somebody in the chat will blow it out of the water. That's not true.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Yeah. You gotta have an orgasm every day. Keeps you young.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good.
Yeah, that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, good.
See, I'm not chicken. You think I'm chicken? There's no yellowtail feathers here. I'm not chicken.
Yeah, I didn't.
No,
and as far as switching hands, that's another myth. Try it yourself. Doesn't work.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
Well, I'm not a boy.
When you drum, you know how you drum. It's no, but you don't need to be. But you know how you can drum your two fingers on a table, you make a noise like rrrt, rrrt. You can't do it the same with both hands.
You're not ambidextrous?
One's way
You're
faster.
You're not ambidextrous.
No.
See, then that's the next thing.
No, but even people are.
I'm ambidextrous.
I've never seen anybody be legitimate ambidextrous. They can do things better than most people. But even if you watch NBA games, excellent assist leaders in the NBA, they pass to the left different than the right, or vice versa. they may be making great passes. I'll give you an example.
Right.
You'll see like Jason Williams, Magic Johnson, some of those guys that make these fantastic behind the back passes.
Yes.
But if you look and you watch those old videos, if they were throwing a pass to the left behind the back, you'd see them go behind their back. But if they were throwing a pass to the right, they wouldn't go behind their back. They'd pass the ball a different way. So even great athletes, you look at Tom Brady and guys like that, they can't throw that football with their left hand like they can with their right hand. I mean, there are people like layups in basketball. You know, if you can't do a
Right.
but a layup is not the fine motor, or like pitching baseballs. You'll get guys sometimes that are switch hitters, or guys in boxing that'll go to orthodox and then switch to left-handed. But it's
Right,
one
southpaw.
is never as good as the other.
Yeah, it's called southpaw.
One's never as good as the other. And I've really noticed
Mhm.
it. I've really noticed it in great basketball players. You don't see
Mhm.
anybody throwing killer behind the back passes both ways. If you look at Jason Williams, you know, they say those white chocolate, all those
Okay.
great bounce passes from behind the back were done with his right hand.
So you really do like basketball.
He couldn't do that with his left hand. Well, I did. I've kind of trailed off over the years. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's like, and you'll get guys that can like pitch right-handed and bat left-handed and stuff like that. But you know, most of the power from a bat baseball, it's bat speed, not necessarily power. So it's the ball getting thrown in 100 miles an hour that's causing that ball to ricochet off that bat. They're not swinging with the same power. Take old guys like Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa. They weren't hitting balls out of the stadium both ways. They weren't. Yeah.
Both ways.
But the ambidextrous, I mean, like you can like half-ass write your name, or you can open up a bottle of pop, or break your right hand and eat with your left with a spoon. But for real, like legit ambidextrous, I've never seen it.
I'm passable, so I'm happy with that. I don't care about sports.
I can pass good with my right hand all sorts of ways, and okay with my left hand. I'm a perfect example of that. If you notice guys like me that aren't that good both ways, if I had a fast break, you'd always see me head. If you scouted me, you'd be able to figure me out. I'd always head to the right side of the court on a fast break. That's because I got a bigger left side way to throw that ball behind my back. Where if I'd have went on the other side of the court, I'm limited. I can't throw the ball behind the back that good in those different directions as strong. I would pass the ball a different way if I passed to the right. I mean, some guys are really good at it, better than others, like a Larry Bird. But even in pro sports,
I recognize that name.
Yeah,
I'm not into sports anymore.
Yeah, I've really trailed. I watch MMA and boxing.
Yeah, I like boxing. Boxing usually puts me to sleep, and then somebody would have to wake me up for the main event. But I went to football games, you know, in high school and stuff, rah-rah, you know, cheer on the team. The first football game I watched with my husband is, you know, you're cooking and, you know, entertaining your husband or whatever, bringing beers out to the living room or whatever, you know, sitting down watching the game. They changed uniforms. And I wasn't familiar, you can laugh, I wasn't familiar with it enough to know that he was watching another game. Because he had promised me that only one football game and then me and him would have time, you know, we'd have dinner or whatever. And he told me that no, at halftime they go in and they switch uniforms, and I believed them. It only happened once though. And you can laugh now. But I wasn't that familiar with professional football, but I thought it was the cutest story ever to tell. He snuck in two games and told me it was one game.
Yeah, yep. It's funny too. Like I was always a fast runner. I had my high school 100-yard dash record for a long time, but I couldn't jump high at all, and I could throw hard. You know, like a baseball. It's just weird how your muscles are different like that. You know, and for my weight, I really was never that strong. I looked stronger than I was. where you'll get guys that don't look that strong. You can go on YouTube and look at some of the weights some of these guys jack up, bench press. I mean, it's crazy. They say it's tendon strength. I don't know if that's true or not, but there's definitely a genetic component to it, I mean, like I said, I think tennis was my best sport. I just didn't like it. I didn't really care for it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it was okay. It was all the guys that didn't make it on the skilled level sports in high school. They played tennis and all that kind of stuff. I didn't want to do it. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a skilled sport, but I just kind of bored me.
Tennis was real big in South Florida. I mean, you got to train with some of the professionals that, went into the sport as adults. So, yeah, they needed somebody to play against, right? So.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yep. I got to spar against a guy one time that was ranked fifth in the world as a welterweight. He was actually a sparring partner for Sugar Ray Leonard. I sparred with him about 3 times.
What a unique story.
Got slaughtered. I mean, it was like a baby and an adult.
Yeah. There's an old gym down towards Miami that Mickey Rourke used to work out in, but the girls used to just go there for Mickey Rourke.
He sucks
was gorgeous
as a boxer.
Back in the day.
He was a good-looking guy.
He was gorgeous, and he was doing modeling back then. Yeah.
But him being a boxer is a joke.
Yeah.
He can't box at all.
Now he looks like a monster with all the plastic surgery he had.
Yeah, but he lies about that too. That plastic surgery isn't from boxing. That plastic surgery is from shitty cosmetic surgery. He never got that banged up in boxing.
He was obsessed.
Was a bunch of bums.
Yeah, he was obsessed with plastic surgery. It's called body dysmorphia.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yep.
Have you seen the movie Sin City where he absolutely just looks like a monster? I know they did some CGI with computer work, but he really does look that bad. He was in another film after Sin City where he just was playing an old retired wrestler, and that's what he truly looked like. I forgot the name of that movie. That was a good movie.
The Wrestler.
Oh, it was called The Wrestler. Movie. You're right. Yeah.
Excellent
did you see
movie.
It? Yeah.
I thought that
and that's what he really looks like.
That girl that played his girlfriend was like an excellent actress.
Yes.
In The Wrestler.
Yeah. It was a real realistic movie is what I liked about it.
No, it's a great movie. Great movie. I watched that on TV about a month ago, and I forgot it ended that way. It was on TV? Yeah, it was on TV. I forgot it ended that way. I thought the ending was really shitty. It was a great movie, though.
With his little daughter and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And then I think he dies at the end, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does die at the end, yeah.
Oh, did I ruin it for everybody in the chat? I'm sorry.
They probably saw it. They probably saw it by now.
Yeah, it's an older movie. Yep. There's a movie that I just... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
There's a movie I just saw recently, and it's about addicts, and it's called Buzz, Buzz. And it's I can't remember, I guess I can Google it, who was in the movie, but talk about a realistic portrayal of addicts in a movie. Because, they're censored in Hollywood, and I just really enjoyed that movie. Let me see if I can find it on my device really quick.
Does anybody know, even Mickey Rourke referenced this one time when he accepted an award, but does anybody know why Eric Roberts got blackballed in Hollywood? Julia Roberts' brother?
When?
Because he did.
Did he get blackballed?
Yeah. Yes, even Mickey Rourke referenced it, accepting an award. Does anybody know why?
Not I.
He got blackballed in Hollywood. I don't know whether he banged some big shot director's wife or what, but something that pissed everybody off, and phone calls were made, and he couldn't get a movie job to save his life.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. How long ago?
Yeah. Long time ago, like probably 25 years, because he was relatively young and like really happening in the movie business, and then bam, no more movies. And I
Hmm.
always wondered, I've never read anything about it, but I've heard more than one person reference Eric Roberts getting blackballed, and Mickey Rourke was one of the 2. Mm-hmm.
Oh, the movie I was talking about, Buzz, it has Norton in it, Edward Norton, and oh, I can't think of the girl's name. Um, oh, I just had it on the tip of my tongue. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't know that, Jabo. I didn't know Eric Roberts was a drug addict.
That's what I thought.
Oh, really?
Ooh, he's a heavy drug addict. That's probably why.
Huh. Yeah, but aren't a lot of those actresses?
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
part
when
of
did
the
that start
industry.
keeping you from getting lead role?
Right.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't make sense, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just the industry. It's all, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, just like the rock and roll industry.
Yeah. The rock and roll industry seems dead to me.
Well, because it's being taken over by
Are you
modern
familiar with
music.
are you guys familiar with this Greta Van Fleet from Michigan? Does anybody know anything about them?
Um,
I think they're terrible. They claim that they're a ripoff of Led Zeppelin.
oh
Oh,
no, I
really, Reed?
hadn't
I never
heard.
knew that. Huh. I thought Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman was as attractive as you could get. I
That
think
is a
so.
cool
She
movie for
played such a
Valentine's Day. Hmm?
Yeah, I mean, if I just saw a picture of Julia Roberts, I'd say, yeah, she's a nice looking woman. But with her personality and that music, she in that movie, it just like played it off perfect. Oh,
Oh,
Mark says he
right.
was on Dr. Drew's rehab show. Oh, I never knew this, huh?
Oh, thank
Oh,
you,
his
Mark.
sister. I didn't know his sister turned her back on him. Huh.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
See, you have intelligent patrons on this channel. They know a
Yeah, I
lot.
do. I know. I'm lucky. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm lucky. That's right. Huh.
Oh, Frisky's saying the movie was called Wasted. It could be Frisky. Thank you. I thought it was called Buzz. Thank you, Frisky. That is probably that movie I'm talking about. It's called Wasted. It's pretty good.
Hmm. I'll tell you an interesting movie. And you had to live there, which I did for a while. I was building a house in Florida. It was
Hmm.
filmed in Kissimmee, Florida. And if you've never been to Kissimmee, you'll never get it. But it was called Florida Project. It was that girl's first acting role. And to me, it just summed up Central Florida perfectly. It didn't do shit at the box office. Didn't get, it was a low budget film. I forget who, but excellent movie. Florida Project. Have any of you guys watched that? Did anybody see that? It was really
I
good.
don't remember, but I've seen a lot of movies, so I'm like a movie buff.
Did you see Florida Project? Watch that
It
movie. You would
does,
like it.
yeah, it doesn't ring a bell. It says it was director Sean Baker, William Defoe, Brooklyn Prince,
Yeah.
Bree
Yep.
Vanetti. Yes, it was
It's an excellent
made
movie.
November 10th to 2017. So it got pretty good reviews.
Yeah,
Florida
excellent movie.
Project. Okay, I will definitely
Yeah,
watch
excellent.
that.
But it didn't do shit in the box office.
Hmm. Oh, I've seen that
And and,
movie. I
and
just
I don't know
went to
this
the
for sure.
thumbnail.
What'd you think? Do you remember much of it?
I don't remember much of it. No, I just looked at, how the thumbnail to the movie, and I remember that, but I don't remember much about the
Yeah,
movie. I'll have to watch it again. It got
yeah.
96% on
I
Rotten
thought that was a
Tomatoes.
great movie.
Well, thank you for the recommendation. I
Yeah, but
appreciate it.
yeah, it didn't. If you look at what it grossed, it was like super low. And it always
Hmm.
struck me like, once in a while you'll see some like great actor just do some like film and you can't make sense of it. And I remember thinking, yeah, did William Defoe go broke or something? Did he do this for like 25 grand? I mean, maybe not. I mean, if it had a $10 million budget, he might have got 8 million of it. I don't know. But I remember thinking it was odd. And I remember thinking that I don't think he did much to make the movie good.
Oh,
I think anybody could have played his part. It was the girl that stole the show. And that was
yeah,
her
he's a
first.
great actor.
She had only been into acting a little while. Yeah, that was her first, like, I think it was her first and her last acting job. Weird.
Oh, wow.
I mean, like, you get typecast. Speaking of weird, who seems like they went off the deep end? Maybe it's an act. If I had to
Who?
guess, and I don't know shit, Jim Carrey.
He's
He's
always been an oddball,
I don't know if
don't
he's
you
just
think?
fucking around. Yeah, but I don't know if he's just fucking around or he's went nuts.
There's a saying in
I
Hollywood.
see just
Yeah, the saying in Hollywood is be a Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson spun and was in the press the most out of any celebrity ever, whether it was good, bad, or indifferent news about him or articles about him or just being on a TV show. It is be a Michael Jackson. Always get your name out in the public. So if you want to be famous, be a Michael. You got to get your name out
oh
there
really?
in the public talking about your name. That's the trick of show business. And there's no business like show business.
He, Michael Jackson seemed like a good guy to me. When
Yeah.
I watched one of those uh, documentaries and he described how the record companies had treated him and how he hired CPAs and caught him lying, I kind of felt sorry for him. Like, and then he got that goofy fucking doctor, a cardiologist, giving him
Oh, and they
propofol to
gave him the
sleep. I mean, what the
Twilight.
fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. What a
Yeah, I mean,
horrible
same.
waste
Yeah,
of talent.
Twilight sedation. Yeah, yeah, same
Hmm.
like this kooky Greek doctor that Elvis Presley had.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
It just makes you
Oh, really,
wonder
Rita?
because they were in the upper echelon of money and fame. And it just makes you wonder whether that actually makes a person happy. Because look at Michael Jackson. He was another body dysmorphic, and he treated his
Yeah.
skin and everything. And he was so talented that the world cried that
Oh,
day. They
really, Rita?
lost such a great artist. What did Rita say?
Oh, interesting.
She thinks Carrie is nuts.
She
Tell us
doesn't
what you
think he's
really think,
nuts.
Rita. Oh, she doesn't? Oh, I read that wrong.
No.
I don't think Carrie is nuts. Okay, sorry about that, Rita.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. You never know with him, like if it's a pet detective shtick or what. I don't know. That's why I asked.
Yeah, he was great in Sonic. Did you see him as the
Hey,
evil
hey.
professor in Sonic? Sonic the Hedgehog?
No,
Oh, I did. He was
no.
excellent in that role. Both
You know,
equals.
you know, who someone else has seemed like they've went a little south mentally, and he
Who?
bragged about
Me?
smoking that toad. That toad is Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. He's
Oh,
getting
I'm
out
not
there too.
familiar with him. Sorry. So he licked
Yeah,
a
I like
toad and he
Michael
went
Johnson.
crazy.
Well, I don't know. What is that toad? Are you licking him or smoking it? I don't even know what it is
Yes,
for sure.
you. you lick the poison of the huge toads, and then you're supposed to have like a hippy dippy trippy psychic event.
Is there like a downside to it? I mean, do people die and have
Yeah,
permanent damage, or is it?
it can split your mind. Yeah, and then some of the demonologists say that's when entities enter you, but I know you don't believe in that, so strike what I just said. But anytime you're not
Well,
of whole mind, is they say you can get
yeah.
jumped by things that we cannot see in the fifth dimension. So there has to be multiple dimensions.
Oh, really?
I mean, they explained it with Einstein and all those great scientists back in the day. So, yeah. But I know you don't believe in that
really,
stuff,
Jake?
so I'll take a look. Rogers is a rock star to me. I think he's crazy but talented.
Yeah, you're probably
Okay.
right on that. I think he's gay. I don't care, but I think he's gay too. Do you think that?
I don't know him.
I don't. It's
so
not. It's not my business. I mean, I don't care if he is or he isn't.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a little. I can understand why he would say that he's not, because that just doesn't cut it in football. Still, even nowadays, and all these gay football players that come out, they play fucking 2 minutes a year. Who gives a fuck? And I guarantee you, if you look at it just by sheer numbers, there's some gay fucking superstar out there, but he's smart enough to keep his mouth shut. You can be Ellen,
Exactly.
and you can. Oprah's still hiding it.
Right.
If you're like a semi-star, shut up, Daisy. If you're like a semi-star, you can get away with it. But if you're a superstar, I just don't buy it.
Right.
I don't think you can admit that. I think you'd lose market value. So if you just looked at it, first, it's none about anybody's business. And secondly, it cost you some jobs. Why would you tell anybody? You know what the answer is.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Oh, you don't get that vibe off Rogers? I mean, there's all sorts of guys out there. I'll tell you who else a guy that's I think's totally gay. Steve Martin.
He's a wild and crazy guy. I love Steve Martin.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
James Caan was. You think that's
sure?
I think there was more. I think there was more to it than that, Rita. I don't think you could just blame it on that or give that the cause.
Oh,
Ron White, I think.
Wow. He drank
got
too
old
much.
And found true love.
Did he? That's great.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's a pretty funny comedian. Yeah, Steve Martin, yeah. And then Eddie Murphy, he's been caught at those transgender places a couple times. So was Jerome Bettis.
Oh, my goodness.
From,
Eddie Murphy used to troll the homeless shelters for the kids in Hollywood, off of Hollywood Boulevard or wherever they were located.
Really?
And pick up trans kids back.
Yeah, trans kids.
Back.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. See?
There's a psychic. Yeah, there's a psychic called Sloan Bella, and she lived through that. She used to volunteer her time at the shelters for the children when she was actually pregnant. And she said that Eddie Murphy, and she names off a whole bunch of other people in Hollywood, and we're just naming Eddie Murphy right now since you brought it up. And she said he was after the trans kids.
Yeah, trans kids, I believe that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
And I would believe anything she would say, because anything that she said in the past, if you check it out, it's valid. So, and she worked at those shelters. So I believe her 100%.
What do you think of Tom Cruise being gay?
He's not only gay, he's a Scientologist, which is part of demonology.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, there were three roommates, Crowley and the other two. So you don't even want to start me on that subject.
Yeah, you're right.
They all
Elon,
came up with their stick. Scientology was
yeah.
one of the roommates, and that was his stick. And it was part of breaking people down and controlling them right from MK Ultra, government, CIA, and the three letters you don't even want to say. Yeah, that you're opening a whole Pandora's box right there, buddy.
Yeah, I think
That's if you
Rita
believe
nailed it.
in that.
I think
Okay, what did Rita
Rita
say?
Nicholson is old and pretty much retired. Yeah, I would agree.
Nicholson,
Yeah,
who, Tom?
he's not relevant. He's not relevant anymore. I mean, he's been wearing a
Jack?
fucking diaper to Lakers games for 10 years.
Jack Nicholson? No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, what is he, 105 now? I mean, that's why nobody's talking about him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who'd ever guess, though, that old Robert Redford would have been still hanging in there?
Oh my goodness. What is he, like 200?
Yeah.
And look at Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda just did a movie. Did you see that movie?
No. Nobody's going to watch it, though.
Oh, it was cute. I watched it. It was
Really?
very cute. Yeah, I liked it. But then I like stupid
Come on,
stuff.
Rita.
I like anything make me giggle.
Rita, give it to us on Tom Cruise. Let us have it. I think he's
so
a
give
kook.
us the 511 on it.
Yeah, come on.
So
What's the deal on, what do you think about that, Rita?
The movie that Jane Fonda just did, it's 2023, and it's a comedy drama sports movie. And it's with Jane Fonda, Rita Moreno, and Sally Field. And it's called 80 for Brady. You know, Tom Brady, the football star?
Yeah.
It's actually filmed here in Georgia, and they're just nuts over Tom Brady. So they enter this contest and go to the game, and I won't spoil it because probably somebody out there will watch it, and I don't want to spoil it for them. Okay. But it was a pretty cool comedy movie. I enjoyed it. 80 for Brady. Okay. And they're senior citizens that just go.
How was that done in the box office? How was that done in the box office?
I didn't see it. I don't see movies in the box office. I'm sorry. It was great on my TV.
The box office figures. But figures.
Oh, I didn't look.
Is it?
I didn't look that up. I don't know. I don't think it's even released yet, Tom. It might be. I don't know. I see movies that aren't released yet, so that's kind of my thing.
How? Through SAG?
Something. I can't say. I'm sorry. I gotta, keep that under wraps.
I know how you're seeing them. You're seeing them through SAG.
Yeah, you don't know my SAG name.
No, but I know that's how you're seeing
somebody else's SAG name.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. Yeah, they're sending them to them, and they're giving them to you.
I'm still connected, like the mob.
Right.
We never give up. We never rat. You're fun.
Oh, okay. I can't sit through a movie that long. It bores me.
I love movies. I love movies. That's my thing. See, that's why I'm so happy is I can sit for like 2 hours and be entertained fully.
Wasn't that What's that Moreno's first name? What's her first
was
name?
it the actress Marina?
Yeah, that's
Rita.
They're talking about. That's not the one that was in The Drop, was it?
Rita Moreno, Moreno. She's old.
How old is she? Okay, it's not her then, because The Drop wasn't that long ago.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that, Jabo. Robert De Niro never even struck me as acting. It just seemed like that was his personality.
Yeah, definitely. Rita had an
Oh, okay.
affair with Brando. Wow. Yeah, that's the lady
Oh,
from the
okay.
movie. Oh, she's 90, our Rita said. Thank you.
Oh,
She
okay.
looks 90. No, just kidding. Kidding.
Okay.
They were definitely, you could tell they were senior citizens and wearing like wigs and getting all dolled up. Just be yourself, wrinkles and all. But it was a cute movie. I
Oh,
couldn't
okay.
imagine being 90. Do you want to live to 90, Tom?
No, no, hell no.
I think I'm
I
going to
don't
go
care what kind of
skydiving.
shape I'm in either.
Yeah, I'll go skydiving without a parachute. That's my 90th birthday.
Right
This is
on.
it.
Yeah, yeah.
Bye.
Take
Bye,
me with you.
world. Yeah,
You
we'll
know
do
who I,
it. It's a date.
you
Hmm?
know who I felt sorry for is that lady that was going down on Ellen that ran her car and it caught on fire and died here about 6 months ago.
Who?
That has been actress out in Hollywood. She
Oh,
crashed.
yes. What was her name?
Yeah, I thought that I really felt sad about that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, she had a really cute movie with Harrison Ford, though. I love that movie where they were stranded on the desert island and he was a pilot. Did you see that movie? That's like from the
No,
90s or something.
Anne Hesh. Yeah, thank
And
you, Nicole.
yeah, thank you. I was going to say and something. The more I talk about a movie, then I kind of remember the names.
But it would just seem like when you had financial problems and your Hollywood thing was over, that it'd be the worst feeling in the world.
Was she having financial problems? She had a skincare
Yeah.
line and a brand.
No. No, she was broke as hell. Matter of fact, one guy right before she did that sued her for 200 grand he lent her that she didn't pay back.
Oh, wow. No, I did
And I
not
just
know
wonder
that.
and I just wonder too, like, not that it means that I don't think lesser, I don't care either way, but I'm just curious during that Ellen run was, I mean, is that what you do when you have financial problems? Or I don't know how you just go that way for 2 or 3 years and then go back to cock.
She was bi.
It
Don't they
seems,
call that bi?
yeah, but
Bi-curious?
I've read a lot of things on this bi stuff,
Hmm.
and it seems to me that it's bi seems to be straight people that experiment. That there really
Really?
is no bi. Yeah.
Every college girl, then. Kidding. Just kidding.
Oh, really, J-Bo? That's interesting. J-Bo, what do you think of that on the bi thing? That it's straight people that experiment. And the bi people that have identified themselves as bi, they
Right.
always seem so confused.
I think it's called gender fluid now, that you can go back and forth so easy.
I mean, I don't know. I just wonder if it's a real possibility
Maybe it's just
or
people
just
being bored. I
a
mean,
faux identity. Yeah, that's what I thought.
so you fall in love, so why limit yourself to not falling in love? Maybe that's the way they
Yeah, I
think.
would.
If they see a beautiful woman or they
Yeah,
see a gorgeous guy, they're not going to limit themselves from the feeling of falling in love. People love that feeling.
yeah. I think that's a stretch because let's say,
Okay.
and here's the issue. Here's the
Okay.
issue. Like you're straight, right?
Yes. Very.
And if you meant like a super attractive, do you think it'd be possible for you to fall in love with another woman because of the love and the sex came after that? You'd probably say no, right?
I'd probably say no because I'm not inclined to women like that, but I would appreciate a beautiful woman.
Yeah, but we're talking about the love sex crossover,
Right. No, I probably
which
wouldn't be
identifies you
inclined
as
to that.
bi.
No, I don't.
You'd kibosh that. You'd never let it get off the ground.
Oh, yes, I have kiboshed a couple of them. A couple of invites, yes.
But if you were comparing that to true love,
Hmm.
wouldn't the love supersede the sex?
That's what I was trying to say. You wouldn't stop yourself from falling in love if you were so inclined to be with the same sex. But if you weren't inclined, then you wouldn't be interested in that and you wouldn't fall in love to begin with, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, there we go. Now we're talking.
There we go.
So, so your opinion on is bi being valid? I guess you're saying it is for some people, but not for
Yes,
you.
yes, exactly.
But you think it could be sincere and legitimate with other people?
Yes, it absolutely is.
Okay.
If you're inclined to be with the same sex, it is a sincere feeling from the heart.
Let me ask you this too. I don't. It's funny. Anthony's dad. If you
Mm-hmm.
bring up a thing about two good-looking women hooking up, he thinks it's the most disgusting thing in the world. He said
Is
he'd
he
think he'd
Catholic?
get physically ill. Yeah, thinks he'd get physically ill if he ever saw it. Where most guys I know, they like that. But when
I've
you
seen
talk
that
to
on
women that are in relationships
video.
with, yeah, if you
Yeah,
talk to women that are in relationships with men, and they found out that hubby sucked a big schlong even before they knew him, it would still be a deal breaker. And I want to know why.
it would be a deal
Why?
breaker.
Yeah. Why such a disparity in the way women look at it compared the way men do?
Women tend to, I'm not jealous, but other women I've noticed tend to be jealous
I, I
and
think you're right.
judgmental. I think those are the two big ones, right, Tom? I'm not judgmental. I'm not jealous. I try not to be judgmental anyway. I try not
Well,
to
how about
be
this? Let's
biased.
let's say just for the sake of argument, if you
Yes.
meant Mr. Wonderful, I mean
Mm-hmm.
legit,
I think
even if
you've
it
asked me
wasn't,
this before.
but you really felt that, and you knew that before you'd met him, he sucked a couple big schlongs. Would you move on with the relationship, or would it be just a deal breaker?
I don't think it'd be a deal breaker, but I would definitely want medical papers. Everybody gets tested these days, right?
No, I'm not.
I would
No,
absolutely
no. Okay,
no.
okay, all right. So say you got the
Yeah.
medical papers and he was
Hmm.
tested negative. That would not be a deal breaker.
No, that would not be a deal breaker. Not to me.
Okay. How many schlongs
Why?
would he have to suck
Oh
before it'd be a deal breaker?
my goodness.
Oh, okay, how
I
about this?
think.
How about this? No, hey, scratch that.
Okay.
Scratch that.
Scratch.
Scratch that.
Okay.
How about if you knew he
Okay.
had a handful of threesomes? Would you think any different about that?
Who hasn't? I mean, this modern day and age, you don't think threesomes is going on. You don't think sex clubs happen every day of the week if you
No, I
wanted to
know they
go
happen. I'm just
and
wondering
walk right
how
in?
you.
You don't think
I
people
know
as
they
human
happen.
beings are curious about that stuff and they can do that behind their closed doors or go down to Vegas and go to a sex club to see what it's about? They might not partake, but modern day, you can pretty much do anything you want and get away with it, right?
Okay, so how about this? You fall in love with a guy. You know he had 5 threesomes. He's everything to you, and he brings up having one. Don't answer that yet, because the question is, if he brought up having one, would it matter to you if it was another guy or another girl? And if you
Wow.
had to pick, which one would it be?
Wow.
Yeah.
It's never happened with a guy wanting to have sex outside of him and I. I don't have the experience with that. That's a pretty tough question.
Okay.
I don't think I would go for a threesome. I think if he would want more than what I could provide at the time, then it was a fault in him and not me because I was perfectly contented before he brought that question up. So maybe the relationship was not as solid as I thought it was.
Or he didn't have enough sense to keep his mouth shut.
True. Very
this is the
true.
things that I think about that I, wonder just for the sake of argument, how people adjust. Now, that's an interesting comment that Jabo meant. She said, it's unfortunate for me because I love sex with men, but don't really enjoy their company. That is interesting. Why is that? This has been a lifelong thing, Jamo? And do you have any idea why? Or you just know that that's the way you feel and you really can't define it? That's interesting.
Very interesting. Thank you for sharing,
Huh.
Jabo.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, you got to thank them when they get personal like that, especially on YouTube. That's a very sharing comment right there, very exposing. So thank you.
Yeah. Huh. What a dilemma.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. You know,
Huh.
bisexual men are really good in bed. So I've heard.
No, I didn't know.
Oh,
Well, I've mentioned this before. I can never remember the name, but here's something interesting. His name's
what?
Joshua Fedor, and he wrote a
Okay.
book on memory. And that interests me in memory. I have quite a few books I've read on it. But he got his
Okay.
money. He started a dating site that was just open for everyone. You could be bisexual, transgender, whatever you wanted, blah, blah, blah. Very
Okay.
successful. I think he sold it for like $35 million 10 or 15 years ago to another like dating thing. But one thing they learned, just like Google, they crunched the data and then they stripped the identifying data. So you know how people answered questions, but you don't know who it
Right.
is. And
Mm-hmm.
what they found is that 95% of the people that identified themselves as bisexual, when they were searching for people to date on the website, only searched one sex.
Oh, interesting.
Weird. Yeah.
So
Isn't
they
that?
wanted to,
Yeah. Isn't that? But that,
yeah.
yeah. Isn't
So
that
they wanted to,
interesting? So what people,
yeah.
yeah. How do you identify yourself on an open website that you've paid to join as a bisexual? And 95%, which is huge, only searched one sex.
Because they wanted to seem
Oh,
more
thank
open
you,
and
Jibble.
modern than what they were, realistically.
That's yeah. But I mean, if you were bisexual, you'd be searching to fuck out of both sexes. That's part of me reading that and knowing that, thinking that bisexually is an experience with straight people experimenting. Yeah, bored, Jable. I believe that. It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah. And Google has done one thing. One thing, I'll tell you one thing they've done great, and it's with drug compatibility. And they provided it to the NIH, the federal government.
Okay.
And what they've done is rather than depend on questionnaires where people lie or you find the opposite data, what they expressed on an application like that dating site, what they've done
Right.
is since they've been in business, they've taken all the data on what people and stripped the identifying
Mm-hmm.
information so you don't know who it is and crunched the numbers on what people search themselves with regard to drug compatibility, like cocaine and Coors beer, like
Oh,
Viagra and
really?
Miller Lite. Yeah, they're getting down to what people are really seeing is going to kill themselves or not, as opposed to what the AMA is doing with scientific studies based on the bullshit people that have told them through focus groups. When you got
Mm-hmm.
people on their own volition searching these things when they don't think anybody's watching, that's the best data you can get. And Google has collected all of that data and provided it to the federal government to address with regard to accidental deaths through drug incompatibilities with all sorts of things.
Right.
Oh, thank you, Jabo. You've been drinking again.
I love when you say that.
Yeah, well, I wish people would have thought your way when I was younger, Jabo, because I always ended up, throwing in the towel and, being Mr. Straight that was, promising to grind one of my nuts off with a sander to have one threesome every 25 years.
Tom.
Really, man. I mean, when you get to the end of the road like this, everybody's just open and honest, and it's a free for all. And if you want to try that, why not? That doesn't happen when you're young. And I guess you just don't have enough life experiences. Now, when I used to joke about with my
Happen when
wife
you're
about this,
young?
yeah,
Where
when you're
you
young,
been raised?
you bring up threesome or something with some 21-year-old that thinks you're a great guy and wants you to be her boyfriend. That shit just does not fucking fly. When
Hmm.
I used to bring this threesome shit up with my wife with another girl, we'd be walking down
Ooh.
in a mall and stuff, and she'd see a guy and she'd say, "You see that guy over there? Man, would I love to watch you give him a blowjob." That was her
She
rebuttal.
didn't.
Yeah, that was her
Wow.
rebuttal to my constantly bringing up
Oh,
experiment
I
with
see.
another woman.
Tit for tat type of
Yeah,
thing. Yeah.
yeah, and it wasn't
Mhm.
even like that's not even like, yeah, it's not even a fair comparison. She'll say, "Well, yeah, of course it is. Of course it isn't to you." And
Right.
honestly, when I was young, anybody that was interested in that kind of shit
Mhm.
seemed a little off.
But
I'll
then
tell
you
you another.
wanted it. So
Yeah,
explain
I know.
that. You wanted a
Anybody.
threesome with another woman and your wife, and you're saying that would be a little off, but then you wanted that. Was it just
Yeah,
the
yeah, no,
taboo of
I
it?
know. No, what I'm saying is I wanted it, but the people that would consider it were always a little fringe.
Oh, I see what you're saying. And you wanted to
I'll tell
sleep
you
with
another
them,
thing.
though.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'll tell you another thing
They're
like that I
okay if I
noticed. Like
sleep with them.
I was really into pit bulls for a while, for about 10 years.
Mhm.
They got a
Yeah.
bad rap. That's bullshit. Pit bulls used to be a sign of wealth. The Petey on the Little Rascals was a pit bull. The logo
Mhm.
for RCA Victor was a pit bull.
Right,
That shit
right.
all got twisted around later on. And I thought, well, I'll just get some cool pit bulls and breed these puppies. And I did that for 2 or 3 years until I got tired of all the fucking scumbags showing up wanting to fucking buy them. It wasn't the kind of people that I wanted to associate with. Not that I thought I
Mhm.
was better than anybody. It was always like, these stretchy things in your ear and a fucking nose ring and a motorcycle with a burnout fucking tail light. And it was just one of these things that you like, and then you get into it and you think to yourself, you know what? These aren't really my type of, I don't want to be a fucking juggalo. I like
Yeah, it
insane clown posse, but I don't want to
yeah.
be getting fucking stoned, licking fucking toads for a week somewhere, losing half of my IQ because I happen to like a
Right.
couple songs they wrote. It's and that threesome bullshit is kind of like that. And if you look on
Mm.
like Pornhub and these kind of couples that do this shit,
Mhm.
there's just something about, I know Mary would get all over me about this. There's something about these
Uh-oh.
women that are just a little fucking off. She'll say, well, there's nothing wrong with the men, huh? Yeah, I guess there probably is, but I'm looking at it from a men's perspective. But
But
when
they're
you get
make
out of this norm in
Mhm.
anything, to me, it
Mhm.
always seems like they're fringe,
Right. But they're
you
making
know?
money on Pornhub, right? You can post your own videos and stuff, and then other people online pay to see them. So they're just acting, maybe.
No, Rita's right. Porn is not real sex.
Right.
It's not.
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's true. Why isn't it, Rita? I mean, if you've got this kind of market for it, I mean, what are you supposed to be? Just like holding hands and like quoting poetry? I mean, why isn't it real sex? And why is it so popular if people aren't interested in it? I mean, they say that more porn's watched than more sex is had. And if that's true, why isn't the other way around?
No, it's a great aphrodisiac, right?
Porn?
Right. It can be one of the aphrodisiacs.
Well, it depends. I think I don't want anybody around when I'm watching porn.
Oh. Well, then it's not. Strike that.
If if you're a young guy and you're coming up and you don't know anything, I think that's the worst thing you can do to what I would say normal, which I know is a moving target. That's the
Mm.
worst thing you could do is bring up porn. You're better off giving a fuck how their day went and opening a door for them.
Mm-hmm.
Most women, other than a bachelorette party where they're all drunk having fun with their girlfriends,
Yep.
don't fuck with porn. Don't mess with it. They'll read penthouse letters and
Really?
all night long, but it's different. Yeah, it's a different way of approaching it. But Rita's exactly right. Porn's not real sex to most women. It's the kind of sex most guys would like.
Especially the porn nowadays. All the women look like blow-up dolls anyway, with the big lips and the big booties, and they don't even look realistic.
No, porn sucks now.
Yeah.
Porn sucks.
I'd rather have the sweet girl next door, like the country chick or whatever.
No, I could go. I found that I don't even like look at porn like I used to, because I don't have that. I don't want to blow fucking 6 hours scrolling through fucking thumbnails.
Oh, to find what you want. Holy moly! I thought you were like,
swear to God. No. In the 70s and 80s, everything was great. Everything.
Yeah, it was the girl next door look.
Yeah. The girl next door look. That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Remember, you went to the video store, you went behind the curtain to pick out your porn. Those were the days.
Yeah, do I ever?
That was fun.
When my mother-in-law would come visit in Florida, I would go up to Orlando and get a hotel for 2 weeks. Fair Villa. It's still there. 5 stories of porn. It's great.
What?
And I'll bet you money. I'll bet you money if I went back to Fair Villa now, I'd get pissed. I don't want to go in there and spend 5 fucking hours looking at videos that I think I might like. I would take my own VCR to Orlando, check into a hotel for 2 weeks, and when I go into Fair Villa, I'd say, hey, I want to rent like 20 porno movies at the same time. It's like where our limit's 5. It's like, well, how about just put like a fucking $1,000 on the American Express card or something in case I don't come back? I'll be coming back because I want to rent 20 tomorrow and 20 every day for 2 whole weeks. And then after about 3 days of bringing them back, they believed it. And it was like, I would spend 2 weeks like that every time she'd visit. It was total paradise.
So that was your home away from home? Vacation, porn vacation.
There was this Asian guy that owned a kind of a dumpy seafood house where he'd get these huge oysters. You could get a dozen of raw oysters that were like, they looked like they were like big, like a saucer plate on a teacup. And I would get him to deliver me seafood dinners for the whole 2 weeks and just pay him like way before, delivery things.
Tom didn't even leave his hotel room for the 2 months.
I didn't leave my hotel room. No, you'd come out there after 3 days, there'd be a stack of pizza boxes and seafood things. So great.
Wow.
I miss those days.
I bet you do.
Fairville, they're still in business.
Wow.
They're still in business. Yeah.
Only you would have a story like that. Yep. Awesome. Awesome memories. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome. I would pitch my wife and say, hey, look, you're lucky. You're lucky to marry me because you can call this fucking hotel. I'm up there fucking around. You can call this hotel room whenever you want. The room, not some cell phone. And I will answer. Come on up there unannounced. Bring your mom. I'll tell them to leave you a key at the desk.
So she never showed up naked at the door in like a raincoat or one of those detective long coats or whatever.
No,
to surprise you and say, hey,
I would have been,
give your hand a rest, dude.
I would have been all for that on our first date.
Oh.
But after being married 10 or 15 years, it's just not the way it works. I mean, guys don't want to see their wives in Victoria's Secret. They want to see their girlfriends of their wives and their neighbors.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I had an
I mean, they may
unusual
play a
marriage then. So,
no. You could have had like that kind of marriage exists as well. But yeah, most guys I
absolutely.
know. Yeah. I mean, if you want to show up and that kind of shit, do it on the first date. Really get some impact, bang for your buck.
Do it on the 100th
I'm telling
day.
you,
Do it 10 years married.
I've talked
Like
to
that
hotel
classic.
clerks at places
Okay.
where they rent
Uh-huh.
honeymoon suites. A
Right.
heart-shaped
Yeah.
jacuzzi and all that
Mirrors on
fucking
the
shit.
ceiling,
That's for
petals
guys.
everywhere.
That's for yeah. That's
Mhm.
for guys and their mistresses and their girlfriends
Oh
and their
my
new
goodness, Tom,
new
you're
dates.
so
That's not.
jaded. Oh my goodness.
Rita knows it's true.
Oh my
Like Jabo says,
goodness.
she gets she gets bored, but in a different kind of way. But it's along the same thought process. I wish it
Hmm.
wasn't that way. It's not, a golden 50th wedding anniversary on the horizon.
Hmm.
I would just blow
Well,
my brains out with a 12 gauge shotgun.
oh my God, don't say that
It's
around
like
me. No,
50,
no, no, no.
no,
No, you're
50
not going to
years of
say
this.
that
Oh,
even.
God.
No.
50
I
years
married
to the same
the
person.
Catholic schoolboy altar kid, and I had a perfect marriage. It was great. He used to have to fly and go do stuff for work. He could not wait to get back home. So, I'm just going to say that. He had
No,
a perfect
but
marriage, I
that
think.
does happen. No, it does happen.
Hmm.
It does. But
I think it
how
takes
about
two
this?
people to make that happen, though.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be like going to the gym for an hour and a half every day. You,
Oh boy. Uh-huh.
how about this?
Yeah.
Give me some other examples of the way you felt with friends of yours that feel the same way. How many?
Friends that had good marriages? Very few.
Like yours? Oh, why?
Hmm?
So you see what I mean? So you were kind of an anomaly in the real world. I mean, it's great that it worked out for you that way,
Yeah.
but it was low odds
Yes, I
overall.
would say that.
Why?
Yeah.
But why is that? Why is that like that? Because it seems like such a nice thing and it would seem like things that everybody want to enjoy. So why is the glass ceiling so tall? Why is this
People
a
people
minority
tend to
rather
have
than
expectations and have like a detailed list of what they want with expectations that they'll never achieve. When you work together in a relationship, it's achievable because you're a team. You
Oh,
have to
okay.
be together. You have to be on the same page. You have to want the same things. If you wanted kids and a family, then you would do that. If you wanted a great sex life, then you would make that a priority and not just on the guy's birthday or whatever. It'd be an everyday thing. You'd
Yeah.
want to do it, especially if you were good in bed. So, it has to be a combined effort of two people wanting to see the other person more happier than themselves, but then they get happiness in return. It's just that easy. And
Yeah,
don't
but you
sweat the
would
small
you would
stuff.
agree with you would agree that good in bed is subjective.
It's practiced. Subjective.
Okay.
My goodness. Oh,
Good night, Rita. Good night, Rita.
is Rita leaving? Good night, Rita. She's great. I love Rita.
She does a lot of volunteer work,
Yes.
different kind of things. Yeah.
Hmm.
So that's cool. Yeah, well, it's like if you read the comments that are left here, I
Hmm.
think you're in a class of your own with regard to how things worked out for you with relationships, and hats off to you.
Thank you. Yep. Miss them
I
every
mean, it's
day.
like anything. Yeah, I mean, it's like anything. I mean, there's personalities that it takes for that to work,
Hmm.
and then there's some personalities like me. I don't think it would have mattered who it was with. I would have just got tired and bored with it, and it would have fallen apart eventually, and not through any fault of theirs. But when you're like that, again, it's subjective, and you tend to pick people where my wife will agree with it. She said the great days with me, there was nothing like them. And the bad times, there were nothing like those either. And now I think she's kind of in the middle of the road times, which comes with getting older. So the criteria changed for her. You know, this wild dick syndrome doesn't work at 65.
It doesn't?
She's going to read a book and, you know, put her fucking earphones in and listen to fucking birds chirping now when she falls asleep. It's, you know, it's a constant movie. Hey, Teresa, it's a constant moving target. That's why when I see people in this day and age, and I don't think you're going to see the numbers that you used to see, you know, women can work now. They don't need men. And these 50-year golden wedding anniversaries are slowly chipping away to becoming non-existent. Too many options. I never really thought that marriage should be an endurance test. Hey, Chris, you know, but that's, again, you know, people, you know, it's complicated. You know, the divorce rate's higher than the marriage rate now and has been for a while. You know, why is that? You know?
It sure is. But look what's happening in society. I mean, government has let everything run amok to have expectations great, attention spans small, and just everybody wants like the perfect keep up with the Joneses life with the brand new cars, the brand new clothes. You can't wear anything more than once. I mean, how hard is that on a marriage? If you're the, like you said, primary income for the marriage, you would get, you know, resentful over that if your wife was buying a bunch of stuff and designer bags and things like that. You know, it's just changed from when you and I were dating, you know, way back in the days. We didn't have those, oh, I want the newest Birkin bag, you know, but you can buy a house with as much as that costs. You know, it was just way different and way easier to have a relationship back then than it is now, I think.
And a lot of people feel today that they feel they need somebody in their life to be happy. And you know what? A lot of people shouldn't, you know what I mean? You gotta love you gotta love yourself before you can love others. And I think a lot of people today, they just rush into these relationships and they go sour, they go bad, and then, you know what I mean, and they get married, they rush into marriage, and that goes bad, and that goes south, and then they get divorced. I mean, you know what I mean, too, you know what I mean? I just don't think.
Yeah, but here's the deal, Chris, that may be true, but like the way you articulated a week or two ago, where you and Debbie love each other, but you're not in love.
Good point.
Honestly, I think you guys, and this is just my opinion, I could be 100% wrong. You just guys have failed to recognize you're in the same boat all of us are. Right. That the whole fucking thing's a myth, and that you're watching Gone with the Wind too many goddamn times.
Well, my sister and brother-in-law have been married for 40 years, and, you know, a couple of years ago they wanted a divorce because they feel like they've grown apart from one another. They've literally grown apart. I mean, after 40 years of being married and living together. People grow apart.
But is there
the same as when you first meet someone and you get married? The love is there. It's people grow apart. I mean, that's just the way it is in life, you know.
Yeah, but so what? Is that necessarily bad? I mean, do you expect? No. You don't expect to feel like you're in Disneyland every day, do you?
But no. But if my sister and brother-in-law aren't happy in their marriage, why should they stay together then? Just because?
Good point.
I mean, really, if they're.
I'll tell you why. Because if they've been married for 40 years,
yeah,
I'll give you a 9 out of 10 chance, 9 out of 10, that they're going to find worse when they break up.
Or maybe they don't want to be with anybody else. I don't know.
The grass is not always greener, and studies have showed on human behavior that human contact, whether it be somebody at the store, whether it be a coworker, whether it be a significant other, or somebody you're married to, as long as you have human contact, you are a happier human, whether you're happy with yourself and content with yourself or not. Right. I mean, the studies show that. You need human contact to have empathy, sympathy, and love. You need to practice love.
Do you believe marriage is just a piece? Do you believe marriage is just a piece of paper?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
You could be in the middle of a soap
It's a
opera, go
legal
downtown
contract.
and get married and come home and finish watching your soap opera. You know what I mean? It's
marriage is institutionalized by the government. It's a government entity to track you and to cut your income. Believe me. Marriage and the marriage paper is just a piece of paper. I was not married to my husband for the longest time until I decided I wanted to. And we still had a strong relationship.
And there's a lot of
little
people
piece of paper is not going to keep you together, Chris.
Right. And there's a lot of people that have been together for 20, 30 years that aren't married and don't
have
kids.
And they're happier.
Wrong with that. Exactly.
Yeah. You know why? Because when they retire, they get full benefits and not cut in half with one partner or the other. They get more money coming in. So why should they go by a standard of a government that's institutionalized marriage, but's done nothing to support it and has done everything to break it down?
Yeah. And the reason why I haven't married Debbie is because I would lose my disability. That's
exactly.
Why. And
I just said that. Yeah. In a roundabout way.
And that's wrong. But that's how it is, though.
Marry her in secret.
Wrong.
Jump over a broom and you're married. In Celtic times, you wrap each other with a cloth of your families. And you say vows to each other and you're married. Why do you need the government to give you a piece of paper saying you're married? You guys are married anyway. You're living together.
Yeah.
In my eyes, in God's eyes.
Plus, we're in the Bible, Bill. So what is that word? Is it now?
Not God's. Not God's.
Or what is it?
Oh, it's when you're living with.
Why isn't it in God's eyes? The government wasn't around when God was around.
It's not a sanctioned marriage.
Yeah, but marriage was stepping over a broom. Marriage was saying vows to each other.
In some states, if you've been
and then you're married.
You're considered
common
married.
Common law.
Yeah, exactly.
Common law. There it is. Can never remember.
Mm-hmm. How long have you and Debbie been together?
Since 2004.
Oh, you guys are married. Like it or not.
Exactly.
You can call it whatever you want.
She might.
Debbie, I want you to change your last name tomorrow on all your documents.
So now they're saying that you have to now they're saying the retirement age is 70 now.
Oh my God! Don't tell me that. I'm never gonna get it.
I mean, now they just
there's not going to be any money left for me. Not that I need it.
They keep raising it now. They keep raising it. Though.
They have it. The Republicans want to push it, and Biden says he won't let them. So we'll see.
Yes. The Republicans want to push it, but Biden's not going to let it happen. So
they'll save that money longer. People will be working longer until they die.
Yeah.
Who wants to work?
That's
one of those ugly 4-letter words your mama warned you about.
What's funny is a lot of people, they always say, well, save up for your retirement. A lot of people today don't even see Social Security today. A lot of people, they don't. Look at it. I mean, people are dying so young today. People in their 50s are dying. People in their 40s are dying. In their 60s. I mean, people don't live long like they used to anymore. I mean,
well, you don't take it at 62 because every year you wait up to 70, you're getting 8% more. You'd be stupid to take it early.
There's no guarantee you'll even reach Social Security age. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what
I did.
Yeah, you did. But a lot of people don't see Social Security. I mean, I've lost a lot of friends. My friend at 54. I mean, I've known a lot of people have died in their early 50s. You know what I mean? So
I'm 64.
Hey, Chris.
But I didn't want to take like a $600 cut, so I thought I'd wait at least till 66 and 10 months.
Yeah.
My full retirement age from 50.
Now, if you, hey Chris, if you looked, where do you expect you'll be in 10 years?
Oh wow.
Not in Branson, Missouri.
Is that where you're at, Missouri?
That's misery. Yeah, no, I don't plan.
Yeah.
I don't plan on being here the rest of my life.
You won't be with me then.
Trust me. I like. Don't get me wrong. My relationship.
He'll be right by your side, Chris.
I have a good relationship.
She's not going anywhere.
My relationship with Branson is good, but my thing is that it's a nice place to come visit. hang out but go home. But just living here,
I want to have
It's
a
better
house
in Milwaukee.
here. Exactly. I want to have a
Damn
house
Skippy.
here. I want to have some dogs
I miss
here.
I miss
enjoy my
I miss
life.
the city life. This is
I don't miss
far.
the city
Well, I
life.
know you don't, but that's not. I'm not.
See, opposites attract, Tom. Perfect case scenario.
Branson is a
So
great
why
place,
don't you
but
so
living
why
here,
don't you do something about it, Chris? And why don't you move into your
I
perfect
can't
scenario?
move because Debbie doesn't have an income right now. I'm supporting Debbie right now. So
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just asking. I'm sorry.
no, it's fine. It's no big deal. Until she gets her Social Security, whenever she decides, is that next year now, or are you gonna wait another 2 more
Well,
years?
we'll see how badly you really want to go home. And if I take it early, then I get screwed. 8% a year. And I don't like that idea. If we have an apartment, I can work out of my home doing customer service like I did. Like I did underwriting, and I was at a call center at work. I could do that from home too, but I need to have a quiet
Because
room, not one with
Branson is
TV
just so
and
boring.
the computer and music going on.
It's just so
all the time.
boring here. There's just nothing to do here.
Chris, there's a million shows, theaters, and museums.
You have money for that?
Do you have it in
Ooh.
Milwaukee? It's more money there.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Well, I did not mean to open up a can of worms. My
No,
apologies.
Oh, hey,
not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
hey, in a couple years, you guys will have it made.
Yeah, definitely. It'll work out.
I'll
Everything works out
I
for a
own
reason.
my house with my dogs, and Chris will be living in Milwaukee.
Oh my goodness.
No, he won't.
Great. Now, I'll forget to give him my phone number. I'll change my phone number after he moves there, and then I'll have peace and quiet.
Wow. She's kidding with you, Chris.
No,
Yeah,
he'd be
she's
calling
not
me 50
serious.
times a day. Trust me.
She's not
Chris.
serious. She doesn't even sound serious with her
No.
voice.
I
You're
won't
venting,
loves ya.
Debbie.
call me.
Yeah.
I moved him in
You're
with me, he'd still
venting.
call me. Same place, same house.
Yeah.
He'd go to Walmart and he'd call me while I was at home when he moved in. So I couldn't get him to stop calling me even after he moved in.
She likes it. She knows it.
That's
I
Chris's.
don't like telephones.
Yeah, that's Chris's way. That's
I worked
Chris's
in
way of showing
secretarial.
affection.
I worked in secretarial, accounting.
Hey, everything she's telling you
You
is
say, I love
everything-
you.
I've never even used my telephones. I've got 3 phones. I play games and things on there. I check my
Uh-huh.
balances on there. I never call anybody on there. I hate the telephone.
she's telling you the truth. It's true.
He loves the telephone.
Opposites
He
attract.
does. That's
Hey,
okay.
Freddie.
I don't know.
Frederick and Faye is in the chat.
Maybe I'll move down to Georgia.
Yeah, come
you
on
should.
down.
Oh
Got
my
some
God.
great
Yeah, if you-
peaches and Vidalia
No.
onions.
Oh, okay.
You guys are
Yeah.
You'll get bored.
Get him.
You'll
The
get
home
bored.
of
You think you're
Coca-Cola, you
bored
can't
there.
go wrong.
You think you're
What?
bored there. Wait till you move down here.
What, Tom?
I like
If he
peace
thinks he's
and
bored
quiet.
there, wait.
I
Oh
like
my
peace
goodness,
and quiet.
Tom. You
You go crazy here.
Really?
I like
Tom
living
just
so
needs to
near
meet
guys
a pretty
like
little
you.
southern gal. That's all.
Tom lives in a desert. You live in a pretty deserted area. Country.
Isolated area.
Fuck,
Right.
420 people.
Oh God, that is.
After 60,
Wow.
you want quiet. You don't want all this city hubbub anymore.
Yeah.
You miss,
Only hope I have is that the demographics shift and within 5 years they'll build the biggest fucking horror house in the United States,
Oh
100
my
yards down the road.
I wouldn't hold your breath.
You should have moved to Vegas.
Yeah, and then I'll love it here. I'll love it here.
Yeah.
It's
When you
illegal
plan-
in Vegas, Debbie.
It's illegal in Vegas now?
Always has been. You got to go 68 miles to Pahrump. They
Oh.
run
Yep,
undercover
outside of
stings.
Vegas.
Yeah,
To
they
the
run
Mustang
undercover stings in
Lounge.
Vegas.
What is that place
Yeah.
called, Tom? You know, Mustang Ranch?
Chicken Ranch.
Chicken Ranch, okay. I
In
thought
the
it was called
Mustang- yeah,
Mustang
look,
Ranch
I'm
back in
telling
the
you.
day.
I've been there before.
Yeah.
But I didn't, and I'm not bragging. You know this. I mean, I'm honest about this shit. I
No,
I
never.
took my nephew there, and I took a guy that got his first paid flying job. flying canceled checks between Federal Reserves. And my nephew
Right.
got out of drug rehab, and I took them both out to Las Vegas. And I said, you get whatever you want. I'll take you to the chicken ranch. You can get whatever the fuck you want. I would have got a blowjob out there too. So here's what happened. We take the cab out there. It's like 60 miles. And, by then, I was like 30 something. And you go in and a security guard brings out all the women and they parade him in front of you. And you know the type women that I like. None of those women were like that. I mean, I thought they were all older, tattoos. So I didn't go. I paid for theirs. My nephew got what was called Around the World, which they did whatever you wanted to do. It was $430, 30 some years ago. The airline pilot just got a blowjob. That was $300. And the whole time I was there, I talked to the security guard. And it was really kind of interesting. He was actually a bright guy working on his master's degree that was working part-time as a security guard. And we got talking about the clientele that came in there and the women they picked. And I said, there were a couple that weren't bad. And I said, hey, how's this go? There were a couple women there, and I just can't imagine how they'd ever have any paying customers. And he said, believe it or not, that the unattractive women got more business than the good-looking ones did. And the only thing he could attribute that to is the guys felt more comfortable with them.
Oh, I see.
It wasn't what you thought, kind of like the dating thing, people answering questions one way, and then when you strip the data, it's quite another. But it wasn't at all what you thought it'd be. It just didn't interest me.
Right.
I don't like that like super commercialized sex like that, where you go to Amsterdam and they're like in a human aquarium and they're winking at you. I don't like it like that. Like I said the other night, I'd rather have a girl that was behind in rent or needed a new pair of tires. Not a professional sex worker.
Tom's a dirty old man, right, Tom?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. You figured that out.
Tom just has particular taste.
I made him laugh.
My wife told me when I was first started dating her, you're going to grow up to be an old, dirty old man. I got to give her hats off on that one.
I'm not used to you.
She nailed that one.
I'm not used to you with your hat off. You actually look pretty good with the hat off.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, thank you. Yeah. I usually wear, I seem like I'm cold all the time.
Like I'm chilly. Is that why?
Yeah.
Well, because I usually have a hat on, and down here the sun is brutal, but now it's starting to get hot. I just switched to my summer hat today.
Oh,
yeah.
Faces. Well, Tom's been going to the dermatologist and getting he's going to look 20 pretty soon if he keeps going.
Yeah. You should get a Trump hat.
Oh, stop, Chris.
Okay.
No, you don't. You know what I did today? I went online and I bought that damn dumb dermatologist office 20 hats like mine to hand out to patients so what happened to me doesn't happen to other people. I mean, that's fucking nuts. Yeah, you're going to a dermatology office. They tell you to stay out of the sun. I got a fucking hour drive home and they give me a fucking hat when I had the procedure done on my face. I mean, I got fucking broiled the last time. Yeah, you would think that they would know more and do more due diligence. And actually, it's going to be my pleasure to walk in there. I got to go there for my arms. The 14th. To hand these motherfuckers these 20 hats and say, you know what? The next time these face masks, the next time somebody gets what I had, give them one of these goddamn things. I mean, I could have 2 days after I did that, drove home, I could have scraped the skin off my face with a fucking paint scraper. Wow. I mean, that's not right when you're going to a dermatologist.
And paying that much money, by the way. Yeah. They should give you really, like the face mask.
It is expensive, but I'm getting mine through Medicare, so I don't really know what it costs. Right. That's the funny thing about Medicare. Say, Rachel, like if you went to this dermatologist and you said, hey, I want to get this acetinic keratosis, I want to get this done. I think it's like $5,000. But because, there's everybody, doctors get the, They get the money wherever they can, and I'll bet you Medicare is only paying them $800,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Negotiated rates. And the reason for
Jeez,
that
I'd just go to
is
a spa
because
and get a
that's a
laser
college town.
treatment. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got 30,000 people living within 25 miles that have Medicare. That's just more
Mhm.
income that you're going to get, and then you bend over everybody your age again that does it
Mhm.
cosmetically and just self pays, even though
I got
they're charging you much.
I
You
got
got what,
I got
Chris?
I got Medicare Part A and B plus. I have Anthem Plus
How do you get that at your age?
because
He's disabled.
I get this card.
He's
I
had
thought
since
disabled got Medicaid.
since he was 14.
And
His mother died, and
I
he's
thought-
able to get survivor benefits for disability.
I
got a flex and I get the flex account, and there's $500 on this card, and then that pays for like my prescriptions or stuff like that. And then I get the other card. The other card is benefits prepaid card. This card is for like you can buy over the counter stuff like Band-Aids and health needs, stuff like that.
Wow.
You get Medicare. You get Medicare?
Part A and B, yes. Plus I get the Anthem.
Unbelievable.
They work together, yeah.
So is the B paid too?
Yeah, it's all paid.
The B? Unbelievable. That's as
Yep.
good as
Don't you
Medicaid.
have a
Yeah.
deduction out of your disability benefits, though?
They take out
Or
about
Part A and B?
I guess $1,600 a month, and they take out about 150 a month or something, 120.
Oh, that's
That's
not bad.
So
yeah,
I am
that's
paying
cheap.
for it. So they take like 100 and something out. Yeah.
I've got to wait till next year.
Oh.
When you're 65,
I
you
get-
can. I'm 54.
My Medicare A and B, I think, costs me about $420 a month.
Damn.
$450.
See,
I
Tom,
know.
Mark has it made because Mark has universal health care in Canada.
No
He has-
bullshit. He does. No bullshit.
But you wait
he doesn't have
months for
no.
procedures
No,
and
I thought
stuff.
Yeah,
in Canada it
yeah.
was universal in Canada.
No, yeah.
Oh.
You know what else Mark has? You know what else Mark has?
Oh,
50% income tax.
Yeah.
50%
So-
income tax.
what does that
And
mean?
high gas prices, too.
That means that
Yeah,
They're
he's
higher
paying
than the
it-
U.S.
He's paying it. His net income is the same with everybody over here. He's just paying it to a different party.
Mhm.
you got to pay
It's not
services
free at
to
all.
pay how much his house went for?
So they don't have universal health care in Canada.
They do.
But they're
But they pay up the
overtaxed
ass
for
for
it.
it. It's
I didn't
not-
know that.
Well, I don't know if I'd say overtaxed,
I thought
but
it
they're
was free.
paying up the ass for it. No. Well,
it's
free.
not?
It's
It's
free
not.
if you're willing to pay. Hey, it's free if you're willing to pay 50% income tax.
Oh,
They
okay.
got
You would go
monthly
nuts if they
stimulus
told
checks
you your
during-
income tax.
They got monthly stimulus checks during COVID, though. We did not get
Yeah,
that.
they got more money during COVID than we did.
Yeah, so go figure.
Yeah,
They
They've got
did.
something a lot better than we've got.
yeah,
but
they treated
you don't
them a
hear
lot
about
better
it.
than us. That's for sure.
Didn't his house go for like $1 million something or something too?
Yeah.
They get paid pretty well over there.
Ugh.
Their minimum wage is higher than ours.
Hmm.
So I don't know. We're getting paid like, I don't know, a third world country, I guess.
No.
Especially since most states are still $7.75 an hour minimum wage. Branson, Missouri is $12 an hour, but that's still not enough to live on.
Nope.
So who knows? Our country's going backwards. We're trying to get a higher minimum wage, but
See, now Mark says
35% income tax.
35%. Okay. But on what income rate? If you're paying 35% on making 50 grand a year, you're still paying about the same what you'd pay for here if you had to pay medical insurance on your own. My point is, and I don't know the exact numbers, is your medical care in Canada is anything but free. You pay a disproportionately high income tax compared to any other country where you have to buy medical care on your own. You're not getting anything for free.
Well, they make it sound like it is universal
Nothing.
health care is free and all this and that. I mean,
This is a 15 to 33% taxes, federal taxes, depending on how much you earn. So it depends.
Yeah,
Now,
thank you. 15 to 33, but 33 is when you're making 9 million. Mark is paying 35 on whatever, which is nuts,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when that COVID bullshit was going on,
Yep.
you know, I was just living off my savings, right? And then I started getting some YouTube money. And then the YouTube money kind of went away because they were saying that my stuff was not suitable for advertising.
Right.
So I filled out that bullshit for COVID money, right? And after about a month, the YouTube money went back up, which I get a 1099 for. And they kept asking me over and over and over, what's your driver's license? They thought like I had a fraudulent account. So I sent them my driver's license about fucking 5 times. So they send you this credit card, which they put money on. So I just canceled the fucking thing, axed out of it all. I don't ever get any money. And all of a sudden I get a 1099 from COVID payments for like $6,900 fucking dollars. So I go on the internet, I look up this credit card they gave me, and I said, hey, fuckers, I never took out any of this money out. I don't want it. Just keep it. I send it registered letters, left phone messages, everything. I go to file my income tax, and the fucking accountant says, you better pay income tax on the $6,900. I said, I never got a fucking penny. It's sitting on this credit card that I've never used. I don't want it. He said, well, they've already issued the 1099. I had to pay income tax on $6,900 that I never got. I've written letters. I've left phone messages. I've emailed. That $6,900 is still on that credit card in my name, you know, that they deposited money on. And I never got anybody to respond. It's just sitting out in the middle of nowhere. Nuts. And they wonder why, like, all this money is getting blown and that people didn't deserve and whatever. I'm trying to give $6,900 back for over 2 years and have been unable to do it. And I had to pay income tax on it, on top of it. Nuts.
It's crazy.
Crazy. And I guarantee you, I know this too, I wouldn't do it anyway because I don't do shit like that. That's one thing being in a psychiatric hospital did for me. And I thought, I had a lot of time to think there. And I thought, I'm not doing any more fucked up shit. If I find a wallet and there's money in it, I'm going to return it. If I find a pack of $40 Schick razors in my thing at Walmart that they didn't see, I'm going to go back in there and pay for it. And that's what I do. I'm not doing any shit that is not legal or ethical. You know, and I've tried paying back this money and I can't. You know, you justify shit when fucked up stuff comes your way. Well, they should have had their wallet deeper in their pants. The government, they're careless. If I took that credit card today and went and spent one goddamn dollar on that money, that's fraud.
Oh, wow.
I'm not doing it. Yeah.
Yep, I don't get it.
Hey, Chris. Yeah. You got to be shitting me. Yeah, but Chris says now Medicaid works pretty well. They added dental, but unless they've really made a big change, the dental only goes for basic cleaning, basic fillings, and extraction. You're not getting any crowns.
No, I
Nothing.
I went to Aspen Dental and I need my uppers and tops and bottoms replaced. And I went and they whatever, and then when we left, she said they would cover part of it. Then I would have to still come up with $2,000 out of my own pocket.
Chris, if you go on and read about Aspen Dental, they say they're the biggest fucking dental scam in the country.
What I've heard.
I told him he's got to go to a different dentist here in town because they don't cost as much and they do better. They said try to do part
I've heard
of it.
a lot of bad things about
They
it.
said try to do part of it at the end of the year because you get a credit, and then try to do the rest at the beginning of the next year and you get all of your teeth completely done. I luckily still have all my teeth. I don't have to worry about it, but he needs new teeth. So I don't know.
Well, the problem, here's the downside. And that is if you're in that, here's one thing that people don't realize, and that is that tooth decay in any kind of form creates a lot of inflammation. You don't want inflammation in your body. It
No.
floats around to your heart valves and everywhere else. It's not good. I mean, it's crazy when you look at people that answer questions with regard to teeth.
Yeah.
They'll check no when they ask them if they think that teeth are an organ. It's super integrated with your immune system.
Well, that's like small dogs too. They
You do not want.
You know, you're supposed to get your dogs
right
twice a year if they're small dogs. You know, most people aren't.
See, Jabo, look at Jabo.
And they don't know that until the dog's got a 4-stage periodontal, then it's too late to do anything. Because the vets, when you go and say, "Oh, their teeth are fine, just to choose," they don't even suggest cleaning their teeth. That's what bothers me. Now I know next puppy I get them going twice a year. Yeah, that's horrible.
See, Jabo's right. $1,700 with insurance.
It's crazy.
I mean, I figured this out a long time ago. When you go into a dentist office, the gravy money, the one that makes them drive a new Tesla instead of a 2003 Astrovan, is the goddamn crowns. That's where they make the most money in the least amount of time. Crowns.
And the kids.
You go into it when a dentist sees that you have dental insurance.
Yep.
He's going to be bringing up crowns left and fucking right.
Oh, sure. Of course.
And there's nobody there. There's nobody there to catch his ass. You don't. When somebody says, "Hey, look, you're going to need this, this, and this," when you go to a surgeon, you say, "Fuck that," and you get a second opinion. You don't do that with a dentist.
Yeah.
You take whatever this cocksucker says is gospel, and he bends you over, and you never realize it. It's like trading in a used car.
Yep.
Yeah, Salty's lucky. But it's funny. It's funny to me when you look at, you can become what's called dual certified on Medicaid, which means that even if you need expensive biologic drugs like Humira and Enbrel, there's no fucking deductible. That shit's like $6,000 to $8,000 a month. If you're a middle class motherfucker that's been off work for 6 months,
Medicare don't pay,
and you got to copay up the goddamn ass, and you got to fill out 6 inches of paperwork to get considered for any kind of break. But what surprises me, me is that the government. What, Deb?
Too many were taking it for Big Pharma for too many years. Biden's cut some of that out now so that diabetics only have to pay $35 a month for insulin, not $400. And he's trying to make it, that's for people on Medicaid and Medicare, seniors. He's trying to make it across the board for everyone. But the Republicans were the ones arguing they don't want to spend the money to do that, to make that bill go through. It's like, there's stuff we need. Take care of the people first, then maybe they'll vote for you. That's what they should be thinking. But they don't say a lot of that stuff out in the open. You got to look online. Every one of these damn senators, look up what bills they're trying to pass. And then you find out what they're really doing.
Yeah.
And that's not right. They're making over $200,000 a year. They're the ones crying about giving us a $1,200 stimulus once, maybe twice. Seriously?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. How many people are making that?
Right.
$200,000 a year with free medical care, which they don't want us to have, by the way. They're against universal. They all have free medical care, every one of them.
Right.
That's what bothers me.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is.
Well, yeah, look at it. None of those senators are paid.
That's good. You're getting.
They're all covered, every one of them.
See, what I'm a little bit surprised about, though, and I'm glad for you, Chris. I'm glad that you're getting. I'm a little bit surprised that the federal government hasn't tried to do the accounting with guys like Chris that are on disability, and make them get Medicaid.
The state pulled him and his brother, who was a year older, out of their homes when they were 6 years of age, found that they were too mentally disabled. They were in special classes, all kinds of other things they went throughout their lives. By the time they got in that program. So by the time he turned 14, his brother was 15, and their mom died, they were able to get survivor benefits for Social Security. And that included all that. 'Cause I said, there's no
Oh,
way
there you go.
he's ever going to be able to hold a job. And he's tried, and he can't.
I've tried.
You know, I mean, many jobs. I've seen him try about 6 or 7 jobs.
Now,
And he wants to work. You know, it's
See-
just that his ADHD and the
see that.
problems with his brain just don't work the way they should. So he can't. You know, he doesn't have the,
Well, I'm right there with you.
yeah, so like as far as adding and subtracting, multiplying, Chris can't do that. He can't spell to save his life. He can't read a sentence and tell you what it means. He listens to music. I explain what the song's about. He has no idea. You know, he just likes the beat or whatever, the singer, but he doesn't know what the song's about. He can't comprehend. So with those things, there's a lot of things he can't do. He'll never be able to drive a car. I mean, things like that, he just can't ever
Well, I
do.
wouldn't say a car. I wouldn't go that far. I mean,
Yeah,
I
but you never passed the test.
Well,
Unless somebody gave you the
but
answers.
no, but I mean, I
Yeah.
don't. I mean, don't say that. I think I could if I really put my mind to it. I think I could do it. But I don't
Yeah,
know.
but Chris seems. Hey, Debbie,
I'm not
Yeah.
that far gone.
Debbie, Chris seems pretty adept at.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that
Chris
far.
seems pretty adept at realizing social injustices.
He does. Well, I pound a lot
Debbie.
of that into his head. I make him watch a lot of things on television. I teach him a lot of things. I make him read certain articles. I explain them to him.
I'm not that
I let
far.
him see how things are.
I'm not that far gone. Yeah.
So he does. So yeah, okay, fine. Sometimes he'll listen. Sometimes you can tell he's looking at you, nodding his head. He doesn't hear a word you're saying, but sometimes he does.
Yeah.
You know, I try to get him during those moments.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's learned quite a bit about what's going
But
on.
I'll tell you, I mean, from where I've been through, what I've been through in my life, I could have easily have turned out. I could have been a drug addict. I could have been an addict. I could have really turned out pretty. I could have been a criminal. I could have been. So many things could have happened. You know what I mean? So, you know, and luckily I've had support. I've had structure most of my life, and that's why I didn't turn out the way I did. I could have easily have turned out. You know what I mean?
True.
Having
Yeah.
a lot of these people today, they don't have structure. They don't have nobody in their life, and then that's why they go down these paths to the drug in and whoever. You know what I mean? You know.
Yeah. But Chris, you'd have to agree that Debbie's been good for you.
Oh God, yeah, she has. Yeah, she really has. I don't know where. Honestly, I don't know where I'd be without her, and I really sincerely mean that. I really don't. I don't know where I'd be right now.
Well, thank you. But
Yeah,
you're
but
gonna move
so sometimes when. But do you think sometimes like you just have a fantasy idea of what you think love is, and that really you'd be hard pressed to find somebody as good as a partner as Debbie, and that maybe you're just
Right.
looking at things wrong.
Well,
Do you think that could be true?
the problem with our relationship is Debbie's more the more highly educated person, and I'm kind of like at the bottom of the barrel. I wouldn't say that,
But I'm trying to teach you.
but
things,
it's almost
you know?
like Debbie's the mother and I'm the son kind of relationship. And
Yeah.
I don't mean to say that in a bad way,
It
but
feels
that's
like
kind of
that.
what our relationship is kind of like, though, in a way. I mean, even though, you know what I mean, you kind of understand a little bit what I'm saying when I say that.
I'm his security blanket.
Yeah.
He can't get in the
But
car
is
with a
that-
friend anywhere unless I come along. Even if he wants to just go to the pawn shop, he's got to have me come along with him. And I think that's because when he was 6 and his brother was 7, the state pulled them out of their home in a car away from their family. So now he can't go anywhere unless he knows I'm with him. I've got to be there. You know, so it's. I
But
think
what's
that's-
wrong with that?
Sometimes I just want to work on
What's
my
wrong
computer,
with that?
my studies. And I don't want to go sit at the pawn shop and have them go to the flea markets. I have to be around in the car. You know, it's like, you know, can't you just go off with your friend Corey by yourself? No, I've got to come too. You know, they might be going to Springfield to go shopping at fishing rods or something, and I could care less, but they'd rather go. He's got to have me there. I don't know if he thinks the guy's going to just abandon him in the middle of the woods somewhere, and he's never going to see me again, or what it is, but it's a separation anxiety. I want a little bit more space. He doesn't understand space. You know how sometimes you just want to be alone for
Yeah.
a while? So I'll be in the bathroom with my phone playing my game or whatever. He's like, "Are you gonna come out?" And it's like, no, it's the only other room in this room. You know, I gotta get away for a while. Gotta do something. But yeah, it's not easy. Too much togetherness. It's not a good thing. I haven't killed him yet. I have not killed him yet.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. But then again,
But I think but Debbie, I think everybody on this chat has those same issues.
Yeah. Sometimes you just want some alone time, some me time, you know. It's like, you're lucky you got your dog. I mean, I was happy with my dog. You know, I had my dogs. I mean, they were in my life. And then there was Chris. But it's like, okay. But, you know, the ones that gave me the unconditional love that I could talk to, tell anything to, were my dogs. I never went outside the room. They listened to everything, and that was it, you know. But yeah, I'm fine with animals more, rather than my puppies. Like, yeah. When we have a house, I get a dog again. So
she's still there?
Yeah.
Cool.
Rachel, you mean?
Yeah, I don't hear her.
You probably
Rachel, you still there? I think she's doing something because I think she muted herself.
You probably put her to
so
sleep.
She's probably doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible too. Yeah, that's always a good guess. Yeah, she muted herself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you ever eat at home much?
She's probably watching. What's that?
You eat at home at all? I mean, you have. I mean,
not too much.
No.
Yeah, sometimes I do, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't it get expensive eating out? Doesn't it get awful expensive eating out all the time?
Yes.
Especially these days. Just cooking for yourself.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Look at how expensive it is. Go to McDonald's today. It's crazy.
And that's in Canada and all over. It's all over Europe. It's not just the U.S. That's what people got to understand.
Well, they know that.
It's like all over the place. They're having these same issues that we're having.
Of course.
So hopefully,
Mm-hmm.
hopefully we have a major turnaround next year or so.
Yeah. I think. Well, you guys gotta. Everybody has their rough spots. I think the future will be good for you guys. I think it took a lot of balls to move down to Branson.
Yeah, no doubt.
I want to get away from Milwaukee. People are just getting too nuts. There are too many people I knew who were affected by being shot, shootings and shit, and it's just crazy. The prices are going up. Houses got to be so expensive, and you spend $300,000 in bad neighborhoods. It just didn't work out anymore. It wasn't the way it was when I was growing up. Milwaukee changed. Branson doesn't get shootings. When we do, it's from somebody out of state or it's an accident. So in 10 years, we haven't even had 10 shootings.
Yeah.
I like those odds are more my favor now that I'm older. I like those odds.
Yeah.
Just better.
Yeah.
But have to see. We're not.
So, what great convo did I miss?
Yeah.
They're explaining the virtues of a relationship that has typical problems.
Oh, okay. Good.
But I think Chris and Debbie are just suffering the same issues that all couples do. They may have a little extra stress going on now, which doesn't help. It magnifies things.
Well, money is the great stressor of all things, though, in and by itself, right?
Big time.
Big time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can understand.
In the extended stay here, the kind of people that you're meeting are just, like I said, I'm writing a book. I got a chapter on every one of them that we've got out here. And I can see why Jerry Springer loved it here so much when he came to visit. He wanted to stay in Branson. He had a show for every person he met. It's just so easy to find. Seriously. We had a guy next door, Will, when he was living there. He was a nice enough man, but he wanted to have breasts. He wanted to have his voice go higher. He used to dress up like a woman, but he wanted a girlfriend. I never understood that. I'm like, well, okay, that was odd. I think you'd have more luck if you didn't put the get up on, but you know. Now there's a guy next door who hears voices and wants to rape somebody, and I'm like, that door is always locked. I mean, the next door neighbor, he's crazy too, but he's gonna be kicked out of here by Monday, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about that.
You know, but it's like these are the kind of people you meet.
Yeah, that live in these extended
There's
places.
a woman who had
Yeah,
5
you're
kids.
right, Danny. Yeah.
Woman had 5 kids by 5 guys. She didn't want children, but her parents did, so she gave them the grandkids to raise. You know, I mean, seriously? You call yourself a Baptist? Really? That's an interesting religion. But yeah, they're all chapters, and the book is going to be called "These Are Some of the Nuts That Fell from the Tree," because they're all out here in Branson.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's
true.
a good one.
These people around here that we've
Nobody would believe it.
they wouldn't. It's honestly not true.
But this one girl, she's like, "Hi, I'm 24 and I'm on my 3rd divorce." You know, and it's like, that's nice. And she's got 3 kids, but none of them were with any of the guys she was married to. And I'm like, okay, we won't go there.
How's her alimony situation?
She doesn't get any.
Oh
Those guys,
gosh.
2 of those guys are in prison.
2 of the guys are in prison.
Oh my goodness. She doesn't have a good picker.
Now she's pregnant with baby number 4, and mom is raising 2 of them because she's an unfit mother, and the mother's even worse.
And the mother's even worse.
We cleaned the mother's house a couple times because it was such a disaster, and oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, the stories we can tell. This is
Yeah.
at the beginning.
Right.
It's hardly anything compared to the things that we've seen and know around here.
People run around here and they brag about, oh, they've been in jail. They're criminals. They've done this. I mean, it's like
I spent 40 years in prison for murder. It's like, well, that's okay. Just moving along.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not sure we really want to be friends.
I'll tell you,
Yeah.
living in one of these places for a week, you see what we're talking about.
Yeah, I believe it.
It's
It
nuts.
is.
It is crazy.
Sounds interesting, to say the least.
Now, do you guys sleep in? You guys sleep in every day?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
What
And we
time
have
do you
this-
get up?
About 11 usually.
Yeah,
Then we have
good
this
for you.
girl. Then we
when
have
somebody
the,
knocks on the door because they want
and
to
then
borrow
3
something.
and then 3 doors down, we have this girl who lives with her son. I mean,
She's bipolar.
she's bipolar, and then last Saturday she was yelling and screaming in the room. She said she
Gave
punched.
herself a black eye.
She gave herself a black eye.
Oh my gosh.
She didn't know how.
And she didn't know how, and she was. I knocked on her window because she was making all that noise, and she was yelling and screaming in her room. I don't know, something.
She wasn't mad at anybody. But she was yelling at herself. So
Yeah.
like, okay.
How do you give yourself a black eye? Easy.
I don't know.
I know.
Why would you give yourself a black eye? Is the question.
Right?
Yeah. But there's all the meth addicts running around.
She's just frustrated.
There's a lot.
Wow.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of people that live out here that look like they've been chewing on jumper cables.
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, it's
They
hard
have-
on your teeth.
They have no
They
teeth.
say they're 30 years old. They look
Oh,
like they're like
hey,
80.
and there's plenty of people in Detroit that are chewing on jumper cables too, not just Branson. So, Tom,
It's cheaper drugs. You don't find cocaine and heroin out here. They can't afford that, but they can
Right.
afford meth.
oh yeah, man.
So, and now marijuana
Wow.
is legal, so anybody can smoke pot. They've already been doing that anyway. So
Yeah. Now it's legal in
that isn't
Missouri
gonna
now.
change it.
Yeah, it's legal in Missouri now. So
Yeah.
I don't care what it doesn't bother me.
Now I got dispensaries because it's recreational as well, so anybody can do it.
I
But I'm
see.
like, no, no.
I see nothing wrong with it. So.
Well, when I was like in my 20s, maybe. Now that I'm in my 60s, I might like the gummies for pain, but that's about as far as I'm going to go. I might start lighting
I've never been
smoking.
against pot. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
No.
honestly.
But that skunky stuff they smoke these days isn't what
Yes.
they had back in the 70s.
Yeah.
Back in the
Chris,
70s,
maybe if you tried a gummy, you wouldn't. You go to the pawn store by yourself.
Probably.
or maybe you'd be more chill and you wouldn't be buying all this stuff.
I know.
Start listening and watching some of it.
Yeah. I'm buying all this stuff. Yeah.
Seriously,
Wait, I thought you had no money to buy anything. I'm confused.
he gets over $1,600 a month, so he's got the money to do what he wants to do here. But
I got 3 game systems. I got a 65-inch TV. I got 1,200 CDs. I got
I pay
400.
the storage locker of food, and I make money on my computer. But
I got-
not anywhere near
I got-
1,600 right now.
I got three computers. I got a laptop. I got 400 movies, Blu-rays.
Yeah.
So that's where a lot of my money goes. Which
And he doesn't sit through a movie all
because
the time.
I can't save money. I have a real hard time saving money. I'm like a woman. I'm like a woman in a store. I have to spend.
I don't go to stores. I don't do that. I save money. You're the opposite of me when it comes to that.
Chris, you got it. Chris,
Yeah.
you got it made, man.
How is that, Tom?
You could be going to some bullshit fucking job. He could be going to some bullshit fucking job that he hated, taking 3 fucking buses to get there.
Yep. That's true.
And he sits home, fucks off all day on 3 computers. I mean, it's not
That's right.
perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than that. You could have
Right.
2 kids running around hitting you up for meth money.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But the thing is, too, when people need any
And
help,
his life's not that bad.
No, not
But
really.
then again, when we had the managers living here, they'd ask Chris if he'd help with this or that, and he would help with everything, and he shouldn't have because he could have got hurt. Like moving refrigerators from room to room, moving air conditioners and cleaning them out, moving them from room to room. He was doing all that stuff and didn't get paid for
Have
it
you ever heard of this show?
because he's a nice guy.
Oh, Penn and Teller? Yeah.
Have
They'll
you ever,
say anything for money, right?
you ever heard of this, Tom?
Yeah, they will. Yeah,
You have heard of it?
I know.
The
Oh.
Controversy
Mhm.
Kings? Yeah.
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 I bought all. I found them at a flea market. I bought all of them at a flea market.
How many
Yes.
times have you watched it?
Good for you.
I'm gonna start watching it though with Debbie. It's actually pretty good. I never heard of it before,
I have.
Yep, so have I.
but there's a lot of bullshit.
I
in this
think you guys should take just 20 minutes and reflect on your life's not that bad
No, I know.
compared
It
to
could
a
be
lot of others.
Oh, you're telling me. I know that.
He listens to me when I pray. He's never quite learned how to pray, but he listens to me while I pray. I try to teach him certain prayers. And
Debbie,
Yeah. You don't believe in prayer?
Debbie,
Mhm.
who
Yeah.
you praying? Who are you praying to? Who are you praying to?
I pray to God. I was brought up Catholic. You know, and I believe strongly in
Oh,
God.
okay.
I've had miracles happen in my life that can only be attributed to a higher power. So I have been there. I've seen it. These things have happened. People have been around and seen it. So it's real. You know, God is very real to me. I know some people don't believe. I've met atheists who don't get it. But what happens when you lose a child or something? You've got no one to pray to. Do you just say, oh, well, he's gone? Does that make you feel better? I mean, I wouldn't.
Here.
You know, I just feel good knowing there's someone there.
Have you ever spoken in tongues?
No.
Tom.
I'm Catholic, not Baptist.
Okay, here.
We don't do that in the Catholic.
No, the
Here.
Catholics do it.
No, we don't.
Here.
Yeah, they do.
I went to Catholic school and no,
Yes,
we
Yes,
don't.
they do.
No, I've never met one that did.
How
Look
do
it
you
up.
speak in tongues, Tom?
Look it up.
I've
Okay.
never met one that
Yeah,
did.
they
I
do.
Here,
mean,
here. Hey,
his mother was a
When
nun.
they're possessed by the devil? Is that what you're talking about? Speaking in tongues?
Yes, them.
No.
Yes, we're the
No.
only
Then
church that
what are
does
you talking about?
exorcisms.
hey, I want you to.
I'm talking about Catholics speaking in
I went
tongues.
to-
My neighbor, he was a deacon of the church.
Here.
I went to,
I wanna
but
play-
you
That's
guys-
all they talk about, speaking
I wanna-
in tongues.
I want to.
No, we don't. I grew up Catholic.
I want to
went
play.
Catholic
I
schools,
want.
and no.
I want to play something. I want you to hear this. Okay.
My
Let me,
whole family's Catholic.
Here.
We never spoke in tongues.
I want you to hear-
Hold on. Hey. Before you do that, let me read this to you.
Okay.
St. Paul lists speaking in tongues as a gift of the Holy Spirit. So why does it seem so unpopular with Catholics?
Okay, well,
The
St.
gift
Paul,
of tongues is listed
Right.
as a catechism of the Catholic Church as one of the charisms intended for common good of the church.
see, the thing
They
is,
speak in tongues.
back in the day when they spoke in tongues, the saints, and those were our pope. Our first pope was part of the back then. Those days they were in the Bible, but those days they spoke tongues, but people understood what they were saying. Today they don't. So we believe a lot of those people have been demonized, and we have exorcisms to pull the demons out of those people. Catholic Church does believe in exorcisms. We believe in demon possession. But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, this stuff here you're talking about, yeah,
It's-
I'm gonna end up doing
Here,
What's playing?
here, I want you to hear this. I'm going to play something.
Yeah, Chris's mom was a nun.
Here.
The same way we made up the death penalty.
His mom was a nun.
Yes.
Yeah.
She left the church when she met his father.
Yeah, my mom actually was a nun. She went to become a nun.
Wow.
Yes.
Sure did.
And she
Yep.
didn't speak in tongues either.
Did you hear what I was just playing?
Not really.
You didn't hear this?
No, what is it? What is it?
Actually, now there are a lot of
No.
people who want to expand the death penalty
You don't hear that?
Yeah, I hear it.
to include drug dealers. This is really stupid.
No, you're right, Penny. That's true.
They're already killing each other every day on the streets by the hundreds. Drive-bys, gang shootings. They're not afraid to
Hey,
die.
Debbie.
Yeah.
Debbie.
Yeah, she's
Do
here.
you
What?
believe in exorcism then? Does she believe in exorcism?
Do you believe in exorcism?
I've never known anybody who was possessed, but yeah, I believe it's true. Seems like it was in the Bible. It was too.
How about
Jesus did
deathbed?
it.
How about deathbed repentance?
We have 5 sacraments in the Catholic Church. You know, I mean, we did it for my mom when she died. It wasn't repentance because my mom lived a pretty good life. She didn't do anything to repent.
Any inner circle?
But we never really talk about repenting. We don't do that. You're supposed to live your life in a way that God would approve of. Now, if you go and you're stabbing somebody or stealing from somebody and say, that's okay because before I die, I'm going to pray for God to forgive me, God knows what's in your heart. And he's going to know that if you weren't dying at that moment, you'd still be going on stealing. You're not going to end up in heaven. And hell, to us, isn't a burning place. It's a separation from God. You will not meet God. You will not be around your family and friends, people you love. You'll be separated from them. It's a whole, that is hell. Not seeing the ones you love again.
What do you think of purgatory? What do you think of purgatory?
We don't really talk about that much anymore. We used to back when we were kids. I don't know. I don't even know. I think that's
How
more
about
the
mortal and venial sins?
Oh yeah.
Mortal
Well,
and venial sins.
well, yeah. Breaking the 10 Commandments. Those are the really bad ones. You know, there are the others. We were raised up on all that back in Catholic school. But you know,
The
there's
7 deadly sins.
well, yeah, we've got the 10 Commandments, which tell you what you should not be doing if you try to live your life. Don't do those things. And they make sense. Those are the ones that were written in stone. I believe some of the Bible. I don't believe all the Bible.
What part don't
So
you
you were
believe?
like the Romans and you pick and choose.
No, because the world did not begin. The world did not begin with Adam and Eve. I'm sorry. We had cavemen. We had different people that they've dug up, Neanderthals and things that were in real life that were not in the Bible. We had dinosaurs. They were not in the Bible.
Dinosaurs are absolutely talked about in the Bible, but just not detail like that we would understand it.
Yeah, but Christians don't believe that man shared the earth with dinosaurs. The timeline's too off.
And that's not true either. The ones that don't believe it are the Baptists, because I've had those telling me, oh, you still believe that? That's not true. So I'd say, how far did you get in school? It's usually like 8th grade they went to. They didn't learn enough to know enough. So I'm like, oh, so you only went to 8th grade. You didn't learn that dinosaur actually is real. There are fossils. There are actual real dinosaurs that did walk this earth at one time. I mean, they don't understand that. They don't understand any science at all. So, it's,
Debbie,
yes.
do you think the Jew is going to go to hell?
I don't believe the Jew's going to hell. It depends on how, I don't know. It depends on how God sees it. It's all up to God. We can't judge them. We can't judge anyone but ourselves. That's up to God. He's the final
But
judge.
The Jew doesn't believe that Jesus was the Son of God.
What do you believe? What do you believe, Tom?
I know that's their problem. But then again, if you went around and killed him as horribly as they killed Jesus Christ, would you actually think that he was the Son of God? Oh my God, look what I just did. How would you feel about that?
Yep.
That's the part that I always think about. It's like all these Jewish people thought, fuck, we killed Jesus Christ, especially when they saw him rise again to heaven with his Father. It's like, okay, now what? So I don't know.
So you believe the Virgin Mary story?
Do you?
I wasn't there.
Oh.
I wasn't there. I can't say.
Doing?
I mean, yeah, he could have just put this baby there and handed it to say, "Hi, this is my son." He didn't have to use a woman for that. Who knows? I think God's more spiritual. He's not physical. I don't think God is like a person that walked the earth, even though they say he walked and talked to people. I think he was more of a spirit. And he made all of us in his image. Now, who did he all make in his image? Well, white people, Asian people, Chinese, we got our Jewish people, we got our black people, our Mexican people. We're all in his image. So does that make God like a rainbow? He's more of a spirit.
Do you believe in the Holy Ghost?
Father, Son, Holy Ghost. I believe that Jesus Christ is the one that we pray to, because that's your way to get to heaven. That is the way to go there. Jesus died for our sins. He's the one we have to turn to. He is it.
You believe I'm walking on water?
That you're walking on what?
Water.
I believe he did. I believe there's miracles like that.
Walking on
I believe some of those things that
the
we're
burning
seeing,
bush.
I think those things that happened were so people would remember historically. Because if you just lived a common life like you or me, who'd remember him today? It had to be something that would make people remember. 2023 years later. So we do. But yeah, I don't know. You have to really, we'll know when we get there. Wherever there is, we'll find out. Right now, you just pray and believe your prayers are answered. I mean, that's all you can do. I mean, I've had, like I said, miracles happen to me where I could have died a few times. Circumstances happened. I started praying and things just changed immediately. So miracles happen. People saw.
So you believe in heaven?
Yes, I do.
Do you think if you were in heaven, you were going to meet any Jews and Buddhists?
I think it depends on how people live their lives. I think that's a lot to do with it. I think Jesus knows that these people feel the way they do because of the way they were raised up, the things that they heard, the way that they were. It's how you live your life. There's people out there who say, oh, yeah, all homosexuals are going to hell too, but there's some very good ones out there that have done a lot of things in their lives for other people. And I think God's going to judge them by the actions of their life, not by what somebody else did. That's like abortion. I don't believe in it for myself, but I don't think it's my right to tell somebody in New York or Hoboken, New Jersey that they can't have one. That's their call with God. That's what they believe in. That's what they felt they needed, whether they were just having it as a form of birth control or whether they had it because they were raped or it's a 12-year-old child. I mean, that's something that's God's call. That's not our call. I'm pro-choice because I think you should have that right to decide what you're going to do with your life.
Excuse me.
But
excuse me. So you don't think abortion is murder?
However you feel about the way I feel about it is, for me, it would be for myself. But is God going to ask me, Debbie, what did you do about all those other people having abortions while you were on earth? Or is he going to ask, Debbie, what did you do with your life? That's what it comes down to me. He's going to say, what did you do to get those guns out of people's hands before they shot somebody? Well, I do what I can. I vote. But, God's not going to ask you, those questions. He wants to know how you lived, what you did. And like the Sikhs, we had a temple that was shot up in Milwaukee. I knew a lot of them because they were just a couple blocks from my home. They believe that you have to leave this earth better than you came into it. That's why they go out to Newtown and every place where there's a mass shooting, and they try to comfort the people because they feel that's their purpose in life. Even though they lost their family members, their minister, and all those people, they believe they have to do that to help others. So there's reasons why certain people follow certain things. I believe a lot of that too, what the Sikhs say makes sense. It does. The Buddhists, they make a lot of sense too because they believe a lot of the same things. So there's so many different religions in this world. They all sprung from back in those days.
Now, let me ask you about this.
Yes.
Now, this isn't to put you on the spot, but I just want an honest answer about it. If you read the Bible talks about the appearance of sin. So let's say you and Chris are living together and you're abstaining from sex. You're not having any.
Right.
The Bible still talks that when people say, well, we're living together, but we're not having an active sexual life, the Bible says you shouldn't be living together either because there's always the chance that young people that didn't understand adult behavior wouldn't know that. Therefore, the appearance of sin, even though it's not happening, is just as bad as doing it itself. Do you find any issues with that or legitimacy to someone that would believe that way?
Well, the Bible was not written by Jesus Christ. It was not written by God. And to me, that's kind of like the old telephone game where somebody whispers in somebody's ear. What comes out at the end ends up being something totally different. These people were not holier than thou. They made a lot of mistakes. They did some bad things against Jesus. Some of them did. That, they took the other side at the last minute when they should have been with Jesus. But there's things that happen. I mean, people are not perfect. Jesus was perfect. God's perfect. We're not perfect. And we have a Catholic Bible, which was the first Bible. When they transcribed it, King James took out some of the Catholic chapters. One of the books that we have in the Catholic Bible is Judas and the Maccabees.
And Apocrypha. Apocrypha.
Right. It explains about it explains all about the Jewish faith and Hanukkah, and that's something that isn't anywhere but in the Catholic Bible. So Catholics and Jews are totally different, yet we've got so much of their history with us that, it's kind of an amazing thing. But no, I think that if you're living with someone, if you lay down with that person, and you're not planning on laying down with 50,000 guys, it's looked at a lot differently. Because in the Bible, if you laid with somebody, you're married to that person in God's eyes. And I still think that's the way he sees it. I think that's the way he looks at things. If you're screwing around on the side with Tom, Dick, Harry, Larry, Jerry, and the other guy, I don't know. It's a whole different thing. It depends on who you are and how you live.
But what's wrong with an active sexual life?
God said, thou shalt not commit adultery. That was written in stone in the 10 Commandments. I believe that still holds through today because it hurts too many people. God doesn't want people to suffer. And that's a big reason why that was. You don't commit adultery. That's why the Mormons were wrong to come out so many years later with their two head guys, Brigham Young and Smith, to come out and say, hey, well, you can have as many wives as you can afford. If you can afford 50 or 100, go for it. And they did that. That's how many wives they had. And yet they were going against what God said about adultery. So I'm like, a church that's founded on saying that's all right isn't right to me. And you just have to look at what.
Yeah, I never believed the Joseph Smith gold tablet story, even as a joke.
Yeah, when they started finding all those other pieces of paperwork that were historical documents, all of a sudden they found out they were all forgeries. I believe they were all forgeries. Every one that they had, so I don't know.
You're talking about the Mormon forger.
Yes. Well, we have a lot of Mormons here in Branson. We have a lot of Mormons here in Branson. And the reason why they came here from Utah is because the Osmonds created Osmond Way at the Osmond Theater, and they brought in all these other singing acts from Utah. So we have the Duttons here, we have the Hughes brothers here, we have Six here, and we have the Bretts here. They're all Mormon families. They're all Mormons. I met this nice Hawaiian lady the other day at our Walmart. She came here from Utah. She's also a Mormon, and she got brought over by those guys too. So we've got a lot of them here. So who knows?
You know those fortune cookies that you get when you go to a Chinese restaurant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My friend got a fortune cookie, and you know what it said inside?
No.
It says, I think I was just threatened by a cookie. Should I be worried?
That guy is one of those people who just really hated his job, huh?
I got threatened by a fortune cookie. That's funny.
Mhm.
I think Tom would have a good time in Branson.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, I'm going to get up there this summer.
I really think you would have a nice time here. You'd be pretty
Yeah,
amazed.
I think I would too.
It's a beautiful
Yeah.
area up here. It truly is a beautiful area.
It's a natural state, so
Yeah,
they try
very.
not to build things to block beautiful views and things.
Oh man, some of the you
just
can get
driving through, you see some gorgeous.
you
gorgeous
can get some
views
beautiful shots. If you
from the
like,
foothills of the Ozark Mountains.
I mean, if you like
know.
photography like you do, man, you get some beautiful shots of things here. Really nice.
And the trees, I was amazed by the trees because we never
Yeah.
saw myrtle trees in Milwaukee. You know all the different
they have
colors.
they have these scenic
the red buds.
they have these scenic areas where you look down and like down underneath, and all the homes are all down there, like you know what I mean. You kind of get what I'm
The
saying.
lakes and things. The view's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's incredible here. Some of the views.
Gotcha. You guys got it figured out.
Oh yeah, figure it out. So what are your plans about Flint?
Flint?
Yeah, when you
I'm gonna go up
pack
there.
up? Are you eventually going to
I'm gonna
move
go
all
up
your
there.
stuff? You got a lot of books,
Yeah,
man.
it's not Flint. It's West
God,
Branch.
you got a lot. West Branch. You got a lot
Yeah,
of
I'm going
books,
to move
man.
them all down here, though.
Holy
I'm going to
cow,
move them all
that's a
down
lot.
here.
You have to hire someone to help you move. You can't do that. It's going to be a lot of work.
No, yeah, I will.
It's going to be a
I
lot
want
of
to get him
packing.
down. It's a mental illness. It's a mental illness.
What, collecting books?
Yeah. It's like your movies. Same shit.
Ah,
Yeah.
do you like to read?
Yeah.
But reading's actually good. I mean, that's good that you like to read. You know,
I think it is.
you're very
It makes
educated.
me better at Jeopardy.
Yeah.
You watch
sure.
Jeopardy?
Once in a while. It's on, yeah. It's not the same without Alex Trebek, though.
No, it's not. It's not.
You know what I
It
mean?
sucks.
It's not.
I don't even
Yeah,
watch it. Yeah.
It doesn't. It's just not the same. Because you're so used to having that one that one person, and then but yeah.
It's like all that stuff, like City Confidential when Paul Winfield died,
Yeah.
Forensic Files when Peter Thomas died. All those guys that they tried to replace to carry on the show, it just sucks.
Yeah. it
First
does.
48 will be the same thing too when that guy dies. It's not the
At
same.
least
Same with the BBC Wildlife series with Richard Attenborough.
Yeah,
When he
yeah.
dies, they won't be worth a fuck either.
Or at least Pat
Same
Sajak
with
and Banner.
Yeah, same with American Greed, Stacy Keach.
Yeah. But at least with Pat Sajak and Vanna White are still going strong.
I wish they'd just
Which
go
is-
away.
I wish they'd go away. So you don't watch
That's for all the people that are too dumb to play Jeopardy.
Yeah.
I don't like all
So you
that
don't-
phony bullshit, about I'm here with my, husband I love for 20 years. He beats me every night and I love him just like I
right.
did when I first, it's, come on.
Even Dr. Phil gets to be tired of him too.
Total
Phil.
scammer. Total scammer.
Check my check.
Dr. Phil's a scammer.
Yeah.
And that other guy,
he got his license taken away as a counselor for banging his patients.
and that other
Look it up.
guy, got in trouble. That other doctor that was on TV all the time, saying,
Dr. Oz?
"Oh yeah, he's a piece of garbage." He got in a lot of trouble.
What'd he do? What'd he do?
Oh, what do you think for lying and making up all that bullshit? All he was saying, he got in a lot of trouble for that because a lot of the stuff that he was saying, a lot of it came out and it wasn't true. A lot of things he was saying. You know what I
You
mean?
need new
Wow.
material for a TV show all the time. It's a very hard
Big
market.
time.
He wants
It
to
is
run.
hard.
He wants to run for mayor in Philadelphia.
I heard that.
Well,
Dr. Oz does, but nobody likes him.
hey, Rachel.
Yeah.
Rachel.
Yeah.
You know that Dr. Phil's producer got a hold of me and wanted me to come out there with Maddie and Gerald.
Yeah.
That would have
And
been
in talking with her, that's what we talked about for about 20 minutes, and how after 10 years it's fucking impossible to come up with content. You've
Oh,
got every
exactly.
fucking weirdo serial killer, wife beater in the fucking world that's willing to come on TV. And
Mhm.
before you know it, just like she did, you end up going on YouTube and finding guys like me and seeing if you can talk us to coming out there, because they've run out of things to say.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're
I'm
right.
actually glad you didn't do that, because they can promise you the world on a TV show and they know exactly what subjects they're going to talk about, and they don't have to okay it with you. You've already okayed to be on the show for any
No,
question.
Two things. Here's what my thoughts on it when they called. First of all, I don't like him anyway.
Yeah.
And I'll hang my hat on one interview, and that's the way he embarrassed and made Shelley Duvall look bad. You can look it up on YouTube.
Oh,
Plus,
okay.
he was fucking his patients as a counselor when people were
Right.
at their most vulnerable. So you could have offered me $1 million to go on that fucking show, and I wouldn't have done it. Thirdly, she told me right out of the chute that they quit sending people to rehab. So what's the use of bringing them out there? Not that I thought rehab was going to do anything good. And then I thought, well, it's not up to me to decide if Gerald and Maddie should be on there or not. So I called them and gave them her number.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, fuck that, man. I'm not doing it, man. I know through stupid viral videos, I don't want that kind of attention.
Yeah, his show is shock and awe. He wants the worst possible scenario. He doesn't want a
Yeah.
tame show.
No.
Have a good night, Tom. Have a good night, Rachel.
Good night, Chris.
All
Bye,
right.
Debbie.
Bye, Chris.
Yeah, no, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Nope.
You can see
Reality
his format is, yeah, it basically is trash TV.
All shows are like that now.
Yes.
You know, that's why even though I bitch about YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they don't want really channels like mine anymore. But if you noticed, you know, the places that I used to talk about in these drama channels,
Right.
those fucking things are falling apart left and right. And YouTube is kind of gleaned that they don't want to be like that anymore. They don't need the money.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And they all have a shelf life. Jerry Springer, Steve Wilkos will be gone pretty soon. Maury
Mm-hmm.
Povich.
Is he still on?
That other fucker. Yeah, reruns, I think. That other guy that smoked cigarettes all the time. That show didn't last. All this troublemaking bullshit
Mm-hmm.
is kind of going by the wayside.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I gave up my cable a long time
Which-
ago, so I don't watch regular TV.
Yeah, I didn't in Michigan, but down here, Marty likes watching TV, and I will admit that I watch those, Dateline murder things and stuff. Hey, Dr. Ruth?
If that, yeah,
Dr.
if
Ruth?
that, and if that interests you, I mean, that's fine, you know.
You
But if you're
look back,
watching
to
shit-
me, yeah. I'm dating myself, but I used to like Tom Snyder, Dick Cavett,
Right.
Johnny Carson. These shows, like Jimmy Kimmel sucks. Conan O'Brien's super boring.
Mm-hmm.
The Stephen Colbert is a fucking moron. That fat guy from Europe sucks. I
But
just,
definitely
the bar is
geared
so
toward-
low now.
Yeah, it's definitely
bar is
geared
so
toward
low.
a different audience, though, and a different generation, those shows. They're more geared toward, the younger crowd, I think. Don't you think?
Yeah,
Even Saturday Night Live has changed so much.
yeah, it has. It sucks.
Yeah. And going back to the YouTube, if a channel owner is yelling and screaming, The thing that happens
Yeah.
chemically when you're watching that as an individual person, you're watching somebody yelling and screaming for hours, your brain can't differentiate that you're not in the fight. So what your brain is doing when you're watching somebody yell and scream is giving all those chemicals all over your brain, all over your body to eat you from the inside out. When you're watching somebody or a reality show like The Housewives and they're screaming and arguing, your brain can't
Yeah.
tell that you're not in the fight. So, you're making yourself sick by having all those chemicals released that is just eating you up inside. People don't
Yeah.
realize that. They just think a reality show and they're watching somebody scream and fight and it's fine. They're not in the fight. When you're hearing it, your brain interprets it as you're in the fight. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You're right. So stupid.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't watch anything like that anymore. So,
Hank mentioned the first 48, but they get criticized for targeting young, ignorant, broke black males. And if you watch the show, I gotta agree.
well, like
Hank,
you
how many
said,
smart how many smart Jews with money have you seen on there spilling their guts?
right. It's like you said before, is people will watch what they will watch, so that's the target audience and that's what they want to show and that's how they get their numbers up. It's very precise in radio and TV. And like you said, with movies, how much tickets did they sell? Very precise now with their target
Yeah.
audience. Mhm.
But I mean, if you go get somebody with some money that's educated, do you think they're going to be sitting down at a table telling a fucking cop everything they know?
No. They're going to
They're
lawyer
going to
up because
remain
they have the
silent.
money. Yeah.
Hank, Google that. Google that.
What are we
Google it.
talking
It's
about?
very interesting. I never thought about first 48 targeting young, educated, ignorant, broke blacks on the show that just
Oh.
run their fucking mouth and never plead the fifth.
Well, Freud
true.
said that Freudian, that's the basis of his theory, is that you tell on yourself by the words that you choose when you're speaking. You're actually telling on yourself more than you are talking about the other person. So people want a clear conscience.
Yeah, but
The
they're
brain
stupid
works in
motherfuckers.
many different levels. Hmm?
Well, what the cops make them look like they're there to help.
Oh, yeah.
And on one hand, you're saying to yourself, well, this is okay because, they are getting these killers off the street and who's admitting to killing someone when they didn't do it. But on the other hand, you're thinking, my God, whatever happened to due process?
Yeah, you're innocent until proven guilty in the court of law, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look
And
at
plus
the
they-
sentences these fuckers get that don't have enough sense to keep their mouth shut,
Right.
life without parole, 60 fucking years, they're 18 years old. I mean, I have a hard time feeling sorry for them because they just admitted to killing people. But on the
Right.
same token, if you look at a different demographic, those motherfuckers are never going to be on the show and they never said a goddamn word.
Right. Yeah, and there's an argument that the human brain doesn't fully develop until into your 20s, maybe your late
Right.
20s. So that would
Right.
be a
And then
defense by itself.
And if you've got, a money-making TV show profiting off
Right.
this,
Mhm.
it makes it even worse.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Thank God, that Catch a Predator was they lost their fucking ass in some lawsuits. And that Chris Hansen turned out
Did
to be a
they?
big lying dick. Fuck yeah, they did.
Yeah, that was just
That was
sensationalized TV.
you've got a private company
Mhm.
intermingling with law enforcement for a fucking TV show with
Mhm.
Chris Hansen
Yeah.
as the fucking
How about
what
how about the show
nuts.
Cheaters, where they actually
A lot of that was
spied
made
on
up.
people? Oh, was it?
I think
Okay,
a lot
I
of that
didn't
was
know.
I think a lot of that was fake.
Huh.
Because I know, like, back before in most states, divorce is no fault. So you can get your husband fucking his secretary every which way, 20 hours
Oh
of
my
it. It's not going to
goodness.
do you a bit of good because it's a no
Right.
fault with regard to divorce. Back in the day, it
Mm-hmm.
used to matter. It's like, hey, my
Right.
husband's fucking around. Here's 20 hours of him fucking his secretary on a picnic table. It got you more money. It got you more element. It's not the case in most states anymore. So to
Mm-hmm.
have that show out after most of these states had changed didn't make any fucking sense because it didn't matter. Now, if you've got somebody with a bunch of money and they want to drop 10 grand just out of curiosity to see if you're fucking one of your girlfriends, that makes sense. But I knew guys before No Fault was enacted in Michigan. That's all they did was marital surveillance. And these
Uh-huh.
fuckers did this for like 20 fucking years, and they wouldn't have had enough material to do an hour show. And here this show is on all the time.
I just think the whole
It's,
premise of the show was the person that was getting cheated on to get some sort of justification catching the other person. It really didn't have a lot to do with marriage, or a lot of them were just dating.
yeah, no, right.
Yeah.
But
Hmm.
another thing too, if you're in a relationship and you're fucking around on the side, when you
Yeah.
crunch the dollar amount on the hours that you have to spend to actually catch them because they're with you most of the time, it's almost cost prohibitive. But when you're making a TV show and nobody's
Hmm.
really paying anyway, it's
Right.
easy to fabricate this bullshit. Like they've busted this gold hunting shows and these storage units and antique roadshow, and all these fuckers have been caught for fraud.
Well, actually,
Like
it's
you said,
called
when you're looking
fluff.
for the fluff, yeah,
It's to make
when
the
you're
show
looking for
more
content,
entertaining. It's fluff.
yeah, so staged.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
a biography movie that you watch, right? At the beginning of the
Mhm.
movie, it says some facts are true to life and some are made for entertainment purposes in this movie. So it's telling you it's
They do
not
it
a
with all the
biography movie because they
no,
added the
right.
fluff. Right.
No. Yeah, I was just watching a show the other night where these fucking clowns, white trash, is out in the Bering Sea looking for fucking gold in a fucking pontoon boat, with a couple Hoover vacuum cleaners strapped to the front. And they're acting like they're sinking and they're all going to
Is,
die.
is that
And
Gold
I'm
Rush?
thinking,
I love that show. That
yeah.
show's so
And I'm thinking,
cute.
all going to die, man. You could get out and walk to shore.
Yeah, exactly. But oh my
And they
God,
do the
it's
same.
entertaining.
Yeah. And it's the
Mhm.
same thing with the crab fishermen. Everything's going to sink and they're not going to find him and our radios are running out of batteries and it's like
No, come on. When that show first started, when they really were showing how big the waves were and the captains
yeah,
were
yeah,
really hard on the crew and pushing the crew
yeah,
to the limit and people were getting hurt. I mean, that show was
yeah,
popping. You know what I'm saying? Over the years,
yeah,
they realized that they can't do that because they're being filmed and they can get sued and actually somebody can die. So they toned it down a little bit. But when that show,
yeah,
that first year of the show, and even the second and third year, they were showing how big the waves were and how the captains were taking those boats and basically rolling the dice because those boats could have capsized at any time from the big waves
yeah,
and things like that, vortexes that are out
yeah,
there.
yeah,
I love that show, but now it's
yeah.
kind of
It's not
tame.
like yeah, it's kind of tanked. Another bullshit show was Ice Road Truckers.
Oh my God. I have a friend that loves that show. The dude I used to drive for that he bought, stuff from the pawn shop. He woke up from anesthesia and screamed out, Ice Road Truckers! That's how much he loved that show. He was totally knocked out during
you
surgery and
know
woke up from Twilight screaming that.
but they made the show look like that, they're just, well, I got to get this freight delivered and they're fucking taking this 30-ton truck across a half-inch ice. They
Yeah.
check that ice every
Mm-hmm.
which way.
Yeah.
Sonar, drilling it, fucking x-rays, historical records, those fucking trucks. And you never saw any truck like all of a sudden you're watching the guy talk and then all of a sudden it gets dark and you find out he died because it busted through the ice.
Oh
It was
my
always like a couple tires getting stuck and oh no. It's getting warmer. Just total bullshit.
Or the truck
Stupid.
would fishtail a little bit or slide to the side. And they acted like they were going to go off a cliff. Yeah.
They do the same thing with that living in the cold or whatever they call it, living under
Oh
zero
yeah,
or
life
some
below
shit.
zero. Life below zero.
Yeah, they're
Mhm.
all walking around with satellite phones, and they're not in
Mhm.
any danger at all.
Right, right.
Yeah, no, they
I
did it
love
with
those
that
shows
air
though.
cargo place. The plane
What?
always lost oil pressure, and they weren't yeah. I just couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah.
That's why I like BBC, those animal shows. It's just legit. It's up front. It's like animals running around. I don't know how they get some of that video on those animals and fish and stuff. It's unbelievable.
They have a large lens. Do you know what
It's
Mutual of
crazy.
Omaha? Mutual of Omaha had Mel Gibson narrating it when it first started before anybody knew who Mel Gibson was. It's his voice on Mutual of
Really?
Omaha. Yes, it is.
I thought that was Marlon Perkins.
No, the older ones. The older ones. That was before Mel.
Really?
Or after Mel. Excuse me, after Mel. Yep, he definitely
Really?
narrated some Mutual of Omaha. Why do you want to go out? Come here, kitty. Ooh, I gotta let the
Oh,
kitty
wow.
out. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Perfect timing, cat.
Yeah, that naked thing is fake too. It's 78 there. Wow. Crazy.
Sorry about that. He was
Huh.
gonna tear up the carpet.
Oh, that's all right. Does he just you don't worry about him out?
He just went out of my bedroom and now he's wanting to come back in.
Oh, so not
Most
outside.
males,
Not
so
outside.
no, he
Yeah,
doesn't go
right.
outside anymore. You can actually tell this cat
Yeah.
no, and he will stop dead in his tracks and sit down and have the door wide open. He won't go out. He's so spoiled.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You got to get a cat like this.
What?
He's the best cat. He's like the
No,
Labrador Retriever cat. I know you don't like
I
cats.
never got into cats that much. I mean, it's not that I don't like them. I just, I don't know. Let me see what Tim.
Cats
It's
have
63
personalities
here now.
too. Is it? Let it
Yeah, I
snow,
know.
let it snow,
Yeah,
let it
63.
snow.
They may get snow in the Appalachians, but I bet it's just not just kind of a media deal,
Mm-hmm. I was at Walmart today, and this little lady, and what do you call those little things? Those scooters that you wheel around Walmart? They're self-propelled. And she could not,
Yeah.
she's a little short little black lady, and she could not reach her collard greens, her canned collard greens. So I went rushing over there and got her
Oh.
canned collard greens. And then she started talking my ear off about the snow. And I said, no, I hadn't heard about snow. And she says, yeah, I live up in the mountains and it's going to snow. Talk just like that. It was so great. It's going to snow.
Those mountains are that close to you?
I am in the foothills, Tom. I'm actually surrounded by little baby mountains.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but I mean,
I'm way up here.
But the elevation that lady lives in can't be that high, could it?
I have no idea where she was living, but yeah, some of the roads that are real windy that go up the mountains are impassable when it ices and snows. You just don't even want to take a chance because you're just going down a cliff.
And how far is that from you?
I am in the foothills of the mountains, so there's little hills all around me. I'm not in the mountains, but in the start of the mountains.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Helen is like, I think Helen would be probably like 45 minutes away from me, if that gives you sort of, a roundabout estimate of, where Helen is.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
I didn't realize it was that mountainous there.
Yeah, there's some pretty scenic routes in the mountains of the Appalachians.
I knew there.
um,
I knew that, but not that close to you.
yeah, it's that close to me. I'm at the foothills. Yep, that's why they call them
Yeah,
the
I thought
Smoky
it'd be
Mountains. They
farther
are
north,
the no,
farther
no.
east.
They call them the Smoky Mountains because actually the clouds just drop into the valleys, and it's so pretty. Like it just looks blue everywhere. You don't want to be
So,
driving when you can't
icy
see
in
in front of
Helen.
you. Yes, it gets icy in
Icy
Helen.
in Helen. In
Hmm?
Helen on the Sunday, the 12th,
Yeah.
it's getting down to 33,
So that's
33
this
degrees.
weekend?
Yeah.
Okay, so it might
Yep.
drop. It might get a little
Yeah, it
snow.
can happen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. And depending on where the reporting points are, and depending because
Yeah,
it's 2 degrees per 1,000 feet drop in
right.
temperature.
Hmm.
So you don't need to
Did
be that
you?
high to have it freezing. So she could be right.
Right, and also here there's a phenomenon, and I'm sure other places around the world, is you can get a pocket of frozen light rain, and it'll come down, and it's not rain. You can hear it clicking on stuff. So it's frozen rain. And I swear I had that right with the second drop in temperatures here. I walked outside and
Yeah.
I told my son, it's snowing. And he's like, it's not snowing, Mom. It's not cold enough. And then he looked out and he heard the tapping on the window. Yeah, little bits of ice was hitting our windows. And I walked outside and by the time I went outside, it was almost over. So it's like little pockets that will drop frozen rain. So I know that's not
Mhm.
snow, but that's kind of pretty cool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I think I'm going to go to Betty. Bye.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for letting me back on. My device kind
Yeah,
of
good.
it kicks me. I have no idea why. Maybe it's because of the smashed screen when I dropped it on the cement, but it just kicks me once in a while. So I'm sorry if I'm being a pain in the ass going off and
No,
on
that's
and
no
off and
problem.
on. Okay.
I didn't
Okay.
notice. I didn't notice that. Hey, Lucy, how you doing? I didn't notice that like you weren't on. You see that backstage, but until you put your mouse over it, you think that you're just on because you'd already been part of the chat. But when I move my thing,
Oh,
it
I
says,
see. Yeah, that's
yeah.
why I kind of, type in the chat. I bought a new device so I can type in the chat that I'm backstage. So,
Oh, yeah. Good. Thanks.
well, yeah, no
All right. Well,
problem.
good
Thank
night, everybody.
you. Very
You have a
interesting
good day
panel
tomorrow,
tonight.
everybody.
It was very nice talking to you, Tom, and you sleep well. And goodbye, everybody in the live chat. And I'll see you next time, Tom. Okay. Have a good day tomorrow.
Yep. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Good night. Thank
All right.
you. Bye bye.
All right. You're welcome. Good night, you guys.
Good night.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, probably. Night,
Yeah,
Jabo. See you, Salty. See you,
you'll be
Chris.
on tomorrow,
Bye, Rachel.
definitely.
See you, Lucy.
Okay.
Bye, Hank. Penny.
Oh, Penny's out there too.
Chris.
Mark.
Drifter. Salty. Yep. Mark. Okay. Take care.
Okay. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.